If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to Mindshock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and this is the Columbine Conspiracy Series, Episode 16, The Inner Circle. We are going to be examining the most mind-shocking revelations in this entire case thus far, attempting to tie together a lot of what we went over already. So if you haven't checked out the previous 15 episodes, make sure to check them out. We will be building on top of the information presented there. I will be doing very brief synopsises for those who don't want to go back, but it would be helpful if you're very interested in the subject matter. We will be taking a look at Trenchcoat Mafia branches outside of Columbine, definitively confirmed. We will be taking a look at various other oddities involving the other Trenchcoat Mafia members allegedly involved in the shooting. And we will be also examining satanic and occult connections that just seem to be everywhere you look in this case, as well as upper-level conspiracies and cover-ups, either tangential to the case or directly relating to it. I mean, there's just so much evidence here. I mean, this is just one of these conspiracies where coincidence theorists, I mean, they really have a field day trying to dismiss everything as coincidence and anomaly. I mean, we have literally over 100 eyewitness accounts. We have thousands of documents. And I mean, there's plenty more. There's mountains of evidence more that something strange went on that day outside of the official narrative that is currently reported on the Idiot Box. Initially, the first reports seemed to have been the most accurate, and then they were all scrubbed from the internet, never to be aired again. But some people saved some of it. And there is, of course, a lot of evidence contained in the documents that are available. Obviously, thousands and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of documents are still sealed. And I was gonna actually wrap the episode up with this piece of information, but apparently this was actually, did I not go over this? This was September 2020, I believe this was announced, that documents, so there are some Columbine documents that are sealed until 2027, but some have been sealed until the year 2116. I mean, is that the largest jump? I mean, for whatever reason, the powers that be, the corrupt profiteers running the government in this area and a lot of areas, they don't want anybody to know. They don't even want the grandkids of some of these victims to live long enough to see what's going to happen, to see what's actually in the documents. The year 2116. I mean, it's kind of weird. I mean, the authority-worshipping cultists and bootlickers, I guess they're going to defend that too, no matter what. I mean, they just really don't want people to know what are in the files. Various litigation files and otherwise. So we will be exploring all this and more in typical Mindshock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help keep up awareness in cases, supposedly solved cases, unsolved cases, cold cases. All victims deserve justice. And the truth, of course, is not afraid of investigation. Despite the protests of the Dunning-Kruger crowd, the coincidence theorists, the authority-worshipping cultists that pretend and hallucinate that there could not have been anything more to this story no matter what under any circumstances. I mean, beyond silly, of course. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. If you're not getting notifications, like and comment more. Otherwise, the YouTube algorithm will not give you those notifications even if you are subscribed. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so let's start off with this. Obviously, the echoes of Columbine, forum, research for Columbine, Some of this has been archived on Tapatalk. A lot of great information here. Government Patsy posted this. The date here is August 16, 2018, but obviously this might have been posted years and years earlier. So this is actually a screenshot from Reddit. My second cousin was a trenchcoat mafia member, not at Columbine, but at Chatfield. He didn't know the shooters, although he did hang out with Morris, McDuffie, etc. Well, again, the two main shooters, I guess you should have phrased it like that. But it's weird. All these goofs hallucinate that not only was the trenchcoat mafia made up, but it was, and it didn't exist, but that it was, even if it did exist in some form, it had to have been contained to Columbine under any circumstances. There's just no way. They just think magically it had to be only local to Columbine, but it didn't exist in the first place, right? I mean, some of these goofs are just hilarious. Continuing on here, people ask this guy, that's interesting, did he ever say anything about Chris Morris? Response, I spoke to him recently, so I'll try to recollect as best as I can. He said that he met up with him around 20 times between 96 and 97. They would drive to different areas with around 12 other kids and set off firecrackers under tree stumps. Up to about 1/4 of the group, including students from Bear Creek and Dakota Ridge, would be present in different cars. He didn't have many direct interactions with Morris, but he did mention that he had trouble with the football team. He also said that in 98, he heard that Morris got really violent and put Perry in a headlock. My cousin also knew Robert Craig, the student who killed his father and himself a year before the shooting. One thing he also told me that I found really interesting was that apparently the leader of the Chatfield Trenchcoat Mafia was black. So people have also asked a few different questions, again, referring to Eric and Dylan supposedly not being involved in the Trenchcoat Mafia because they never really knew any of the members. This guy responded, any of them really? I'm not sure where you heard that, but it's been proven false. As I've already stated, they were good friends with Nathan Dykeman, Christopher Morris, Robert Perry, Bryant Sargent, among others. This other user also said, I also have always heard the Trenchcoat Mafia was a nonviolent group. Response here, I think a lot of former Columbine students would definitely disagree with that. According to statements by students and staff, the Trenchcoat Mafia was extremely volatile. Here are just a few references from the 11K that prove my point. Kevin Starkey, 2001-97 to 99. He had a number of altercations with Zach Heckler. At one time, Starkey's cousin, Devin Cathall, went to Heckler and told him to leave Starkey alone. A short time after the warning from Cathall to Heckler, the front picture window of Starkey's home was shot out. Starkey believes that Heckler is responsible for the shooting of the window. And again, these are public files. I mean, there's been even Dunning-Kruger goofs all over the comment section here on this Columbine series on Mindshock on YouTube claiming that this is all made up. This is all in the official law enforcement release documentation. I mean, these goofs, their dissonance is strong that something is not exactly as reported on the idiot box. And of course, if they're too mentally weak to even utilize basic logic and reason, then they really shouldn't be looking at this type of material online anyway. Obviously, ignorance is bliss, and they can stay ignorant. But these triggered goofs, again, their subconscious recognizes something is off about the official narrative. They can't handle it, and that's why they make all these comments and continue looking at all the material instead of just focusing on something else. Because if they weren't triggered, they would just focus on something else. True, not true, they would just resign not to, I guess, know or care or whatever. Continuing on here, a dropout, this is document 10,284, redacted dropout, quote, Morris had started taunting Redacted about his haircut, and they started yelling at each other until Morris drew a knife. Also said that Harris was a good friend of Morris. Redacted from page 10,285, he almost got into a fight with Chris Morris in his freshman year when Morris pulled a knife on Redacted. Robert Perry, document 10,854, Trenchcoat Mafia member. The TCM initially tried to be a goth group, but its members were too aggressive and violent for the movement. Morris had threatened to beat up and kill Perry. Morris was considered to be more aggressive and violent than the other Trenchcoat Mafia members. He constantly picked fights with other students. They, the Trenchcoat Mafia, would constantly get into violent confrontations with other students using baseball bats and knives as weapons. Peter Horvath, Dean of Students, document 5708, Harris and Klebold hung out with Bryant Sargent, who, quote, had a hot temper and was very volatile, end quote. Susan DeWitt, page 6199, described redacted, supposedly Brian Sargent, who was friends with Perry and had, quote, hatred towards everyone, end quote. Lee Patterson, document 6996, Brian Sargent got into a physical fight with Isaiah Scholes. Redacted, former student. He and Sargent got into an argument that escalated into a fist fight. Document 10,547. This is not Scholes, but another individual. Kelly Beer, document number 6,196. Paul Mayton got into a confrontation with Joe Stair and Eric Dutrow. Stair yelled at Mayton and told him, "That is why we hate you, and that is why you are on our list." So Joe Stair and Eric Dutrow also had a list. Is this a mutual Trenchcoat Mafia list? Was this their personal list? We don't know. Later that summer, Matten began receiving death threats on the telephone. The individual would say that he was going to kill Mayton. German music was playing in the background. Doesn't take a rocket science to figure out which group of students listen to German music. Document number 19,955, redacted former student and top of the should have died list. Joe Stair had said last year he wanted to blow up Columbine High School. So there's a clear theme here between the Trenchcoat Mafia and what they want to do to people at Columbine. Students, teachers, the school itself. I mean, this, to people that think this is all not weird, I mean, this is just insanity, especially when coupled with everything else. Document 10,274, redacted, former student and athlete. Quote, his whole class was afraid of Stair. We thought he could carry out his threats. His threat was that he would just blow up the school because he didn't like anyone there anyway. End quote. So is it just that coincidental that all these Trenchcoat Mafia members had the same plans as Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold and yet were somehow not involved? Or somehow had no knowledge? If they were uninvolved, they magically had no knowledge? When they all have plans, they all have lists of people to kill. I mean, this is really crazy how the coincidence theorists just write this all off. I mean, it's just kind of weird. I mean, in other cases, you could theoretically say it might be slightly less silly to write absolutely everything off. But in this case, I mean, I don't know. Document 22,303, Neil Gardner, school resource officer, saw former student Michael Chlebek outside the school. Chlebek was expelled in 97. He was part of the Trenchcoat Mafia and very volatile. Always wears fatigues. And of course, on more than one occasion, individuals in fatigues spotted. Now, another curiosity here, McDuffie, document number 10,787, McDuffie stated that up to 4 students at Chatfield Senior High School are also part of this group. McDuffie stated he didn't know their names, but stated one is a big black male, 6 foot 2 inches tall, with short black curly hair. The other is short, 5-6 inches, white male with blonde hair. Skinny with a scar 3 to 4 inches long on the right side. That's kind of curious because of certain accounts. And you know what's hilarious too? The Dunning-Kruger crowd, the coincidence theorists circling this case that maintained not only was the Trenchcoat Mafia fake, but that there were no other Trenchcoat Mafias in any other schools. But here we have actual students who know these people. I mean, they're giving direct testimony to the police in official documentation. But these other goofs somehow know better than the people that were there. It's insane. All right, another Lauren Waterbury, document 6005. Lauren stated that while at a lacrosse meeting with Chatfield students, she noticed backpacks with CHS 420, CHS 13th Day, Chatfield TCM on them. Lauren stated she added the days up and the 13th day is May 2nd. She doesn't know the significance of this, but felt that she needed to mention this. Another curiosity from this document, she also stated, when I came to school, nothing seemed wrong, but I did not see any of the trenchcoat gang that morning I usually see near the drinking fountain in the morning. So that's another curiosity from Waterbury here. So normally, she says that she sees a bunch of trenchcoat mafia members congregating around the drinking fountain in the morning, but that particular morning they weren't there. So it wasn't just Harris and Klebold missing. I mean, it was everybody was missing. None of the trenchcoat mafia members were there. So, I mean, does that prove? Now, if she got there at the exact same time as always, again, we don't have that exact information, but assuming she did, I mean, things are relatively routine unless otherwise stated in high school, you know, unless you're late or whatever, in which case you would state that. So apparently everything was as normal, except none of the Trenchcoat Mafia members were congregating around the water fountain as she stated that they normally do. So what does that mean? Does that mean Trenchcoat Mafia members were planning and involved in executing this, or that they were simply tipped off and didn't show up? However, other students actually spotted them. Either not necessarily as shooters, but even the ones who didn't spot them as shooters still spotted them in the building. Her interview is also interesting here. This is the supplemental report dated April 26, 1999. The investigator met with Lauren and her mother Ginger at their home. This is where she made the statement about the lacrosse meeting with Chatfield students. While at the lacrosse meeting, she didn't state when this lacrosse meeting was, though. Was it that day, the day before? I mean, was it that day? It doesn't state. I would think if it wasn't that day, they would have wrote it down, but who knows how these investigators operate. This is document 6007 now. Lauren also stated that when the kids were at the Cooper Theater Thursday night, April 22nd, 1999, two people in trench coats came into the theater and yelled Nicole as if looking for someone. She stated she left by the left door and didn't see any uniformed officers as they were told. This concluded the interview with Lauren and her mother. As they were told? What? Were they told there were uniformed officers there, but there weren't? What does that mean? So that's kind of weird, and we're going to get into other issues in the days after as well. There's obviously a lot of issues with everything here, but that's a curiosity. So apparently there's some kind of trenchcoat mafia at Chatfield as well. We obviously went over that on previous episodes, but I wanted to touch upon it again here. Now, here is another interesting account here from Carolyn Manning, document 3052. She states she was in the area of Rebel Corner when the shooting began and ran out the front doors to Clement Park. She states that she did not see anything, but did hear gunshots. Lanning also states that she heard through her brother from unknown sources that students from Bear Creek High School knew this was going to happen. So that's a curiosity as well. So is this just a random rumor? And that the actual document number is not 3052, it's 3502. That's Lanning's account here. And this was, the date of the report was June 23rd, 1999. So it's unclear here when it was stated that she said this. So it doesn't state when this interview was conducted, but the report was written June 23rd, 99. So it's unclear at which point that information was given to her, but it seems to, again, match up with all these various different trenchcoat mafias that all hung out with each other. Here's another curiosity reported by Government Patsy here. There is a report mentioned, document 18,665, of a student at Dakota Ridge High School being found with a pipe bomb on April 27th, 1999, or prior. So Dakota Ridge, same school district as Columbine. This is on schoolshooter.blogspot.com with references here. This was posted July 18, 2009. Let's actually go over all of these. April 16, 1999. Sean Cooper, age 16. Notice, Idaho. He rode the bus to school with a shotgun wrapped in a blanket. He pointed the gun at a secretary and students, then shot twice into the door and at the floor. April 17th, 1999. West Metro fire investigator Dave Green advised Pomona High School, same school district as Columbine, that students redacted arrested on April 17th, 1999 with explosives. Also within the past month, redacted contacted in early AM hours at Pomona High School in fatigues, claimed to be on maneuvers. There is no connection with this investigation. So they determined that 2 students arrested with explosives April 17th, 1999, 3 days before Columbine, in the same school district, has absolutely nothing, no connection to the investigation. What does everybody make of this? This is insane. Let's look at the day before. April 19th, 1999. There was a probable planned attack with many similarities to Columbine in far-off Evans High School in Georgia. The Columbia count. Wow. Columbine, Columbia. That's kind of close. The Columbia County Sheriff's Department in Appling, Georgia, questioned 2 students, April 19th, 99, the day before Columbine, regarding death threats they reportedly had made at Evans High. Police seized guns at both boys' homes. They wore trench coats over their all-black outfits with combat boots. The Georgia authorities said there was no connection to the events in Colorado, which was contrary to many news reports that are currently circulating throughout the region. Early local media reports, however, said that the 2 groups were in internet contact or were visiting the same website. So let's do a little sidebar to document 10,635 regarding Robin Anderson. I've mentioned this before. This was still one of the things that got my attention to even do this series. I just think this is one of the most damning things. Now, there's a whole lot redacted. There's many sentences redacted from this document. I'm going to go over it again. When asked who devised the label of the Trenchcoat Mafia, Robin Anderson replied that initially she believed that Chris Morris attended a meeting some time ago to represent the Trenchcoat Mafia for their induction into this national organization. She then stated that no one else from Columbine High School attended this national level meeting, at that the name Trenchcoat Mafia was just adopted by that group at her school, and then there's a whole bunch of redacted. So why is Robin Anderson saying that there's some kind of a national organization? Why is she under the belief that Chris Morris attended some meeting? It doesn't say where the meeting was. Now, weeks before the Columbine shooting, Robin Anderson actually traveled to New York and Washington, D.C., supposedly that this is some kind of church-related program. So it would be curious what she knows exactly about what. Like, was she in D.C., and how did her paths cross with Chris Morris to the point where she would have believed that he attended some kind of a meeting about a national organization. Where was this meeting? Was it in Colorado? Was it in D.C.? Was it in New York? She's between New York and D.C. just weeks prior. What does this all mean? And what are those redacted sentences? Because there's entire I mean, in most of the documentation, it's usually just a couple names or maybe a sentence here and there. This is one of the largest redacted blocks in all of the documents. I mean, it's such a curiosity. And then, of course, as we went over in the previous episodes, Robin Anderson just happened to purchase weapons from Pentagon employees. Former Pentagon and possibly current, who knows what they're into. I went over that in episode 14, Covert Operation. Check that out if you haven't checked that out already. I'm not going to go into all of that before. So, is there a connection to Columbia County, Georgia, where there's supposedly another plan? Is there a connection to literally 3 days before students being arrested with explosives in the exact same school district? And we're not done. We are not done. 7:30 a.m., April 20th, 1999. Columbine shooting about to happen. But in neighboring Douglas County at Highlands Ranch High School, the sheriff's office also made 2 arrests in connection with a bomb hoax April 20th at Highlands Park Ranch School. One teen is a student at the high school, the other is a former classmate. The bomb was not real. Deputy Kim Stukenschneider of the sheriff's office said it just happened at the wrong time. That had absolutely no connection whatsoever with Columbine. It's just a rumor. The cops said it was a hoax. Okay, so let's examine this one. This one's a curiosity. So first of all, how many bomb hoaxes happen in general in that area? And also in other areas. It just so happened that same day, let's not forget, there was also at least one diversionary bomb device. So clearly there's bombs in connection with Columbine being placed in the general area. Yet somehow magically they know? And I actually missed one. Oh, whoa. I missed one here. So April 19th, the same day in Georgia, in Columbia County, Georgia, near Columbine at Stein Elementary School, there was a message left on April 19th. Quote, "Yes, I'm one of the trench coat robbers. So you idiots and inaudible, if you don't give up $10 million, we're going to kill everybody in the school. You have my warning." So apparently that was the message that was saved. The Stein Elementary Security Office said that it was believed to be young children. So, okay, young children or not, does anybody find it? Again, how many other voicemails have they ever received in the history of that elementary school? Talking about trench coat robbers killing everybody in the school. This is the day before the Columbine shooting. The same day that in Columbia County, Georgia, there's an arrest for an attack. 2 days prior, the same school district as Columbine, there's 2 students arrested with explosives. Does anybody find the string of events a little bit more than coincidental? Because let's take any other week in any of these other school districts' histories. How many events of this nature are there? So the morning of, there's also a bomb found, supposedly a hoax. So we don't know, would they downplay this? Like, let's say it was a real bomb, or a real bomb that was faulty and not necessarily a hoax. A hoax would imply that the bomb is not real at all. Now, was it a real bomb or a poorly made real bomb? If it was a real bomb and it was simply disarmed by bomb squad, would they call it a hoax to downplay any connection? I mean, see, one of these incidents you could say, okay, it's coincidental. I mean, how many incidents do we have to have for even the most ardent, even the most devout coincidence theorists, even the most devout, for them to raise an eyebrow? How many incidents? And we're actually not even done yet. April 20th, 11:10 a.m. An unnamed youth asked two fellow students at lunch at a Burger King if they would, quote, be going up into Lincoln High School, which is in Denver, and shooting people you hate, end quote. He acted as if he knew what was going on before it happened, according to witnesses. He is likely a friend or acquaintance of the Columbine shooters. I actually couldn't find more information on this. Everything else cited here checks out, so I don't know if they would have just made this single piece of information up. And that actually might be connected to other arrests. So where, I mean, if you think we're in Mindshock land already, I mean, this is just, this level of coincidence, I've never seen this in any other case. So that was at 11:10 a.m. At 11:15 a.m., obviously, allegedly, this is the exact time the Columbine shooting commences. At 1:30 p.m., April 20th, a gun with ammo is found in the trunk of a student's car at Kiowa High School in the Denver metro area. The owner, 17, tried to run away. Cops also said he may have threatened others and that he vowed revenge. At 8:50 p.m., April 20th, a theft of 4 handguns occurs from the Jumbo Sports Store in the town of Lone Tree in Douglas County using smash-and-grab techniques. Later arrested was an 18-year-old ex-Columbine student and another 17-year-old. 4 handguns were recovered. Quote, the suspects do live in the area and have ties to Columbine High School, according to the Douglas County Sheriff's spokesperson. So, the night of April 20th, there's an arrest involving ex-Columbine students and handguns. Wow. I mean, all I can say is, wow, we're actually not even done. But, I mean, just this level of coincidence. I mean, are even the most devout coincidence theorists raising an eyebrow yet? Or not yet? So here's an actual article on this one. Denver Post, April 22nd, by Marilyn Robinson. 2 CHS students arrested. 2 teenagers who live in the Columbine High School area have been arrested on suspicion of stealing 4 handguns from a store in Douglas County only hours after Tuesday's shooting rampage at Columbine left scores dead and wounded. Authorities say 2 suspects walked into the Jumbo Sports Store, County Line Road in Lone Tree, just before it closed Tuesday night and smashed a display case with a hammer. They then scooped up the guns and ran out. Within 12 hours, 2 suspects were in custody, said Douglas County Sheriff's spokeswoman Kim Stuckenschneider. Quote, at this point, we have no reason to believe that this robbery is connected in any way to the shootings. Stuckenschneider said, however, the students do live in the area and have ties to Columbine High School, end quote. Wouldn't it be more logical to say, at this point, we have no we don't know whether it is or isn't connected? I mean, they didn't even really do a thorough investigation, at the time of the arrest. I mean, there's investigation to be done. No motive has been established, but one possibility is that they were arming themselves because they were scared and wanted to protect themselves. Stuckenschneider said, wow. Evidence found at the robbery scene led investigators from Douglas County and Jefferson County to a home at Garrison Street where they arrested 18-year-old Joel Freiboth, an ex-student at Columbine. With Freiboth was a 14-year-old boy, a student at Columbine who claimed to be a witness to the shooting, authorities said. He wasn't held. Wait a second. So a 14-year-old who was physically at Columbine during the shooting went out and wanted to steal some guns that particular night with an ex-Columbine student. Okay. 4 handguns that match the description of the stolen weapons were recovered from the home, Stuckenschneider said. Further investigation led authorities to a home in South Garland Way where a 17-year-old boy was arrested. Both suspects were held on suspicion of robbery and criminal mischief. The 17-year-old also faces charges of being a juvenile in possession of a handgun. Authorities said they don't know if or where he is a student. Sounds like a thorough investigation here. I mean, this is days after the arrest, too. Wow. All I can say is wow. I mean, this is just so weird, though. Like, how many of these incidents... I mean, it's just so weird. Actually, this was posted on the Columbine subreddit. I mean, obviously a sham subreddit, but occasionally there's some decent posts that go through. Apparently, on hugequestions.com, there's an interview with Donna Taylor, who stated that half of the school was absent that morning. That's very curious. I did, like, was the attendance ever made public? I think I touched upon this in the earlier episodes. I mean, is this kind of like a 9/11 thing where there was just a mass tip-off? But what's weird is that family members of other Trenchcoat Mafia were there. So why were some... I mean, was it the case of there was a tip-off, but a lot of students didn't believe the tip-off? Is that what it was? They thought it was the hoax? But apparently a good amount of students did not think it was a hoax? I mean, that is curious because out of all the witness statements, I mean, we have a lot... We have a few hundred. So enrollment had 1,136 students in April 1999. I don't know if we have over 1,000. I mean, obviously a lot of the kids ran out immediately, but yeah, I don't know if the witness. So I said this. Compare the attendance records. What is the average amount of students absent on any given day of a school that size? And was there an was that exponentially magnified that particular day? Again, some people must have thought it either wasn't, like, why would they still show up if there was a tip-off? Unless, of course, I guess they didn't believe the tip-off, but other people did. I mean, I don't know. So here's another curiosity that a lot of people like to ignore. This is directly from Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. Immediately after the shooting on April 20th, the command post received numerous reports of additional attacks that were to occur at other schools in the metro area as well as schools outside of the state. So that is very, very curious. There were also, and you can still find a transcript of this on CNN.com. There were also dozens of bomb threats in the following weeks with Trenchcoat Mafia associations claimed. Also nationwide. And some people theorize, of course, that this was all some kind of coordinated event online, and that they might have not, a lot of these Trenchcoat Mafia members might not have necessarily even really known who other people were. Because if they all had various screen names and otherwise, it's possible they never even found out who a lot of these people were in the planned attacks, and out of all these planned attacks, maybe, let's say the majority of them didn't even happen, but they might have not necessarily, especially if people backed out, they wouldn't have necessarily found out about that. But let's look at this. April 21st, 1999, the following day, in Colorado Springs, 70 miles south of Denver, 4 teenagers dressed as Gothics in black trench coats and masks were charged with trespassing after a disturbance Wednesday afternoon at Coronado High School. Another report had them armed with firecrackers. Interesting. And another thing, too, like, how would the media report on this? Let's say they were really armed with guns and arrested at the scene. Did they fear some kind of a panic and a lot of copycat shootings, so they downplayed them, pretended there was no connection to any other Trenchcoat Mafias to kind of prevent any kind of panic or even more copycats? Is that a tactic they would use? I'm just asking the questions here. This is Mindshock. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. We just examine theories. Also that day, the following day, April 21st, 1999, shutdown of Kennedy High. Students said that there would be an incident at Kennedy High on April 21st, 1999. A potential link to students responsible for the massacre at Columbine High School triggered the shutdown Wednesday, April 21st, of Denver's Kennedy High School. The boundaries of the two schools are adjacent. See, this is kind of weird. And of course, there's a lot of confusion on when the original date was supposed to be. So they changed the date. It was supposed to be the day before, several days before. What if it also one of the dates was the day after? And there was some confusion on when this coordinated attack would take place? Or was it always planned to be kind of a succession of attacks within a 1 or 2 week period? Would that be even scarier? I mean, that'd probably be scarier than everything happening on one day. That's freaky and scary. But just sustained attacks day after day after day for weeks, I mean, that's also really scary. I mean, this is all just really weird. So there's a potential link to students responsible. So does that mean students still alive, not Eric and Dylan or other students? All right, the day after that, April 22nd, 1999. Manchester High School in Chesterfield, Virginia. 2 students, ages 14 and 15, were charged with conspiracy offenses in an alleged scheme to manufacture explosive devices and detonate them inside the 2,400-student school with the intent to, quote, kill more than one person. The 2 teens which were making plans to manufacture bombs long before the Columbine shooting. It doesn't state here whether they wore trench coats or not. I did find an interesting article on this, surprisingly outside of the U.S. This is the Sunday Mail, Glasgow, Scotland, April 25th, 1999. FBI to probe bomb plots at 2 more U.S. schools. America reeled last night under the terrifying reality that students coast to coast have plans to slay classmates, school teachers, and blow up their schools. 7 young teenagers from 2 schools in small-town America were under arrest last night for conspiring to launch explosive assaults on playgrounds and classrooms. Their plans showed that there was nothing isolated about the massacre at Columbine High School in Denver, Colorado, except that it happened because warning signs were ignored. In Wimberley, Texas, 5 14-year-old boys were detained last night for plotting to target their school, Danforth Junior High. In Chesterfield, Virginia, 2 teenage boys faced similar conspiracy charges in connection with a plan to attack Manchester High School. In both cases, the plots echoed the path chosen by Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold in Denver. But these terror attacks were planned long before the blood and horror of Littleton, Denver. Acting on tips from pupils, the Texas 5 were arrested after police searches of their homes uncovered detailed bomb-making operations. The Colorado bloodbath prompted a teacher and some pupils to go to the police. They have been charged with conspiracy to commit murder, arson, and manufacture explosives. David Simmons, superintendent of the Wimberley School District, said, quote, they had a relatively detailed plan, end quote. Sheriff's spokesman Alan Bridges said the investigation in its infancy showed no indication of motive. The Chesterfield pair were also charged with stealing radios and a master key. The Colorado murderers are believed to have used a master key to plant over 30 bombs in the school before last week's massacre. And we're actually I'm going to get to an episode specifically on that because I don't know if we went over those issues before, specifically about keys and master keys. I mean, what are the chances this is all completely isolated? Because it seems a lot of these people are communicating online. If we believe Robert Anderson, Chris Morris is going to some kind of national meeting referring to the Trenchcoat Mafia. Like, what is going on here? I mean, this level of coincidence in 1999, that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot. Let's go to some more incidents because we're not even done. Also, April 22nd, 1999. Also, Virginia. R.E. Lee High School in Staunton, Virginia. Police arrested a 14-year-old high school student Thursday on a bomb-making charge after a tipster alerted them to an apparent parallel with the deadly Colorado school shooting. He was arrested after a home search turned up a pipe bomb and a floor plan for the school. I mean, does anybody find this weird? Because, again, obviously, decades later, unfortunately, school shooting incidents are pretty common. In April 99, we have this many? This is insane. And allegedly, most of these being planned well before Columbine even happened. We're not even done here. We're not even done. April 23rd, 1999. Bel Air High School, Bel Air, Michigan. Police are investigating threats against students at Bel Air High made by students referred to as the Trench Coat Mafia. Police hope to determine if the alleged group in Bel Air had contact via computers with the Littleton group. Also, oh wow, we actually missed one. April 22nd, 1999, two 16-year-old males were arrested for making bomb threats to Douglas County High School in Castle Rock, Colorado. According to county officials, they claimed to be members of the Trenchcoat Mafia, officials said. They were charged with making false reports of explosives and conspiracies, which are both felonies. I mean, how do we know they were false, though? April 27th, 99, student found with a pipe bomb at Dakota Ridge High School, same school district as Columbine. Also, April 27th, 1999, Todd Cameron Smith, 14, Myers High School in Taber, Alberta, Canada, shoots and kills one boy and wounds two more. I mean, this is all the week of, this is all within days. Within 1 to 2 weeks, days of the Columbine shooting. April 29th, 1999, Sierra Middle School, Bakersfield, California. A 13-year-old boy with a loaded handgun and a hit list of 30 names was arrested at school. Authorities pulled the boy out of class after a classmate saw a gun under his shirt and saw him loading it outside. A .40 caliber semi-auto handgun and 13 rounds of ammunition were found on the boy. Well, that one might really be unrelated, though, unless there's some kind of trenchcoat mafia connection there. And that's already the 29th. That's a little bit farther now. It's been on the news for a while. There could be unrelated incidents. But within the incidents within 1 to 2 days or even within hours, I mean, those are crazy. What? This one is insane. April 30th, 1999. Faye Holt, 34, of Westminster, Colorado, the mother of a former Pomona High School student, was arrested for a bomb scare that forced the evacuation of the school. The task force investigating the Columbine shootings was called in to determine if the threat was connected to the events at Columbine. So a mother of a student? All right, this looks really sketchy. This is very, very sketchy here. Let's go to the Denver Post here by Karen Nicholson. Woman convicted of making bomb threat to high school April 8th. April 8th? Is this April 28th? Is this a typo? Or is this a year later? A Westminster woman was found guilty Friday of making a bomb threat to Pomona High School just 8 days after the Columbine High School massacre. Faye Holt, 35, so I guess this was a year later in court, was convicted of making a false report of explosives, a felony, and menacing without a weapon, a misdemeanor. She could have been convicted of felony menacing with a deadly weapon, but the jury decided on the lesser misdemeanor count because no bomb was found. Well, how could they charge her with a deadly weapon if there's no weapon? That's kind of weird. I'm very pleased with the jury's decision, and I hope this sends out a message to the people who would try to utilize situations like the Columbine tragedy to scare others. Prosecutor Steve Jansen said, this type of behavior will not be tolerated. The April 28th threat to Pomona, left on a school answering machine, was never directly traced to Holt's home, and she denies making the call. In making its decision, the jury relied heavily on comparing Holt's recorded voice from 2 separate conversations with sheriff's office investigators to the voice making the bomb threat. 4 Pomona officials familiar with Holt's voice said she left the message. 2 other school officials, however, could not say that the voice was hers. That's weird. Defense attorney Scott Nelson said Holt took the decision very hard and that she was disappointed with the results. Nelson plans to meet with Holt to discuss options, including an appeal. Holt is scheduled for sentencing May 25th. She faces up to 3 years in prison. This is kind of insane because is it her? Is it not her? What are the connections with these other issues? Huh. I mean, this is really weird, though. I mean, this is just weird. Another article here. Bomb threat to school nets jail time. This is the last article I can find, May 26th. A woman convicted of making a bomb threat to Pomona High School was sentenced Thursday. 158 days in jail and 4 years probation. Faye Holt, 35, claims she never made the telephone threat to the Arvada High School 8 days after the Columbine High School student shootings and will appeal the conviction and sentence. How could they not trace the call, though? I mean, this is kind of weird. This isn't some, like, remote area. I mean, I'm innocent, Holt said. I was having to stay quiet until after the sentencing, hoping the truth would come out, but it didn't. Last month, the jury found Holt guilty of making a false report of explosives, a felony, and menacing without a weapon, a misdemeanor. Holt, along with several family members and friends, commented on the case in a hallway outside the Jefferson County District Courtroom after the sentence was handed down. I think it sucks, said Gail Kaiser, Holt's friend. They are putting an innocent woman in jail. During the hearing, District Judge Leland Anderson, any relation to Robin Anderson, said he was satisfied with the trial outcome. Anderson ordered Holt's jail sentence to begin June 8th. As part of the probation, Holt must enter substance abuse and mental health programs. The April 28th, 1999 threat to Pomona left on a school answering machine was never directly traced to Holt's home. About 1,900 students had to be evacuated from the school for more than 2 hours on the day of the threat. There's something just seems kind of fishy about that whole situation. I mean, I wish there was more info on that, but apparently there's really not more info. If any Mindshock listeners out there have more info on this Holt situation, that would be interesting. All right, so May 3rd, 1999, Everett High School in Lansing, Michigan, a student hurled homemade chemical bombs on the campus. It's a kind of hysteria. It has a mind of its own, a face of its own. It has taken on its own personality. I've never experienced it as a professional for 40 years, said Dale Glynn, principal. So someone's throwing homemade chemical bombs May 3rd. Also, May 3rd, wow, this is horrible. Stephen Allen Abrams, 39, South Coast Early Childhood Learning Center, Costa Mesa, California. He intentionally plowed his Cadillac into a crowd of children outside a daycare center, killing 2 toddlers and injuring 5 other people. Again, I mean, unless there's something directly related, that doesn't seem like it's directly related. May 8th, 1999. 4 former or current Adams High School, less than 30 miles northeast of Columbine students, were charged with attempted first-degree murder for allegedly plotting an attack on the school. I mean, all these reports are just so mind-shocking. I mean, is it possible these are all coincidence in 1999? Unfortunately, decades later, so much of this insanity goes on, it's harder to connect. But back then, I don't remember reports like this. I mean, here's another one. May 16th, 1999. A, quote, real nasty bomb was discovered Saturday at the entrance to a ballroom at the Sheraton Hotel in West Palm Beach, where hundreds of students were arriving for their high school prom. The pipe bomb was filled with nails and other debris that could have inflicted serious injury had it gone off. May 19th, 1999. South Junior High, Anaheim, California. When police searched the homes of 2 8th graders, they found 2 bombs, a rifle, a handgun, 1,500 rounds of ammunition, and Nazi paraphernalia. They were tipped off by a student who heard that the boys were threatening to blow up the school. And another curiosity, too, did they nail down when they started stacking this ammo and weapons? Was it before Columbine? Because this is within a month or so. Maybe, maybe not. But that's still weird. Another incident here, May 20th, 99. T.J. Solomon, age 15. Heritage High, Conyers, Georgia. 6 wounded by gunfire. And to round out the blog post here on schoolshooter.blogspot.com, which is what I mentioned earlier, findings of the threats team immediately after the shooting on April 20th, the command post received numerous reports of additional attacks that were to occur at other schools in the metro area as well as schools outside the state. Based upon the sheer number of these incidents happening on or very near to April 20th, I'd say there is a probable connection and that what was being planned was far more horrific than what actually happened. And I actually found yet another case here, also in Michigan. I mean, it is kind of curious that a few states seem to have multiple incidents here. Obviously, Colorado had the most. We have Georgia, Virginia, and Michigan had a few. This is May 1999, Port Huron. A 12-year-old, 13-year-old, and 2 14-year-olds, all boys, planned to hold up a gun store and then attack Holland Woods Middle School. Once there, they planned to rape some of the girls and shoot as many as 150, that's a very specific number, 154 targets which they had drawn up on a list. They had stolen a building plan from the custodian's office, but they were all caught within a day of a classmate's report to an assistant principal. I mean, this is just really weird. I mean, how coincidental that, I mean, these are extensive plans. I mean, they clearly had to have been in motion well before Columbine. Okay, so let's continue here. Another shocking document here. Brianna Koss, document 18,154. Brianna Koss overheard conversation in class where Jordana Spavin was telling other students that she knows everyone involved at Columbine High School and there is much more to come. This is definitely not over. Every 13 days they will hit another school. Chatfield is next, then Dakota Ridge. Dylan and Eric are into vampires, and all their clan will be warned by pager or cell phone before the next incident occurs. So this is Dakota Ridge High School student, Brianna Koss. Obviously, the coincidence there is they're going to write all of this off, but the sheer amount of incidents in not just the Colorado area, the Denver area specifically, but also the entire Colorado area, and then all across the country there are these incidents. Some of these incidents appearing to have been planned well before April 20th. I mean, this is just kind of weird. Does anybody find this kind of weird? And Brianna Koss here at Dakota Ridge, the 13 days, those are the 13 days Lauren Waterbury from Columbine at the lacrosse meeting at Chatfield High School. She described the 13 days on backpacks of so-called trenchcoat mafia members at Chatfield. So we have multiple levels of corroboration here of multiple trenchcoat mafias at multiple high schools and apparently some kind of a 13-day plan thing. And of course, there was a student with a pipe bomb at Dakota Ridge High School. Document 18,507 to 699. So that's kind of crazy. Also on this document, I'm assuming we went over this. This is Brianne Cook. I think we did go over this. Brianne Cook told the Columbine High School hobby teacher that she saw Robert Perry talking to one of the gunmen prior to the incident in the teacher's car lot the day of the shooting. Weird. So we have all these connections. Dakota Ridge, Chatfield, Columbine, and all these others as well. Uh-oh. We have another possible smoking gun document here. 2,398, Kelsey Bain. I don't know if we went over Kelsey Bain's statement, so let's go over it now. So, report dated April 28th, 1999. I met with Kelsey Bain at her residence with her mother present. This meeting was in reference to the shooting at Columbine High School. I at first showed Kelsey a sketch of the cafeteria at Columbine High. She asked if she could mark on the sketch where she was sitting at the time of the shooting. Kelsey said she was not really sitting at a table. She was standing next to one. The area she showed on the sketch did not have a table, so she showed me where to draw in a table, and she placed an X where she had been standing. I asked Kelsey to explain to me what had happened that morning. Kelsey said she was standing at the table talking to a friend of hers, Sarah Schweitzberger. Kelsey said while talking with Sarah, the cafeteria became very quiet, and everyone began getting underneath the tables. Kelsey said she heard someone say he has a gun. Kelsey said she heard someone else say he just shot someone. I asked Kelsey if she knew who the person was who said that. She said no. The person was about 10 feet behind her, but she didn't know who it was. I asked Kelsey if she heard any gunshots, and she said no, she did not. I asked her if she heard any explosions of any kind. She said once she was outside, she did hear explosions, possibly 2 of them. I asked Kelsey what happened after she heard this person comment about someone getting shot, and she said that everyone then got up and left the cafeteria. She said she went to the elevator and then exited through a door that leads to the auditorium. Kelsey said that she ran through the auditorium to Mr. Andre Sr., who was at the front of the auditorium, and asked how to get out. Mr. Andre was telling everyone to go up the stairway to the main hallway. Kelsey said that she went to the hallway and by the counselor's office and out the door by the weight room, which leads outside. Kelsey said she ran by the tennis court and the baseball field and then went to Clement Park. Kelsey said that while she was at Clement Park, she met up with a friend of hers, Sarah Arzola. Kelsey said that while talking to Sarah, she saw a white male in the park who was laughing. Kelsey said Sarah asked the male why he was laughing, and the male said, "You mind your business, and I'll mind mine." I asked Kelsey if she knew who this male was. She said no. I asked her if she could describe the male to me. She said that he was very thin, as if he was a doper. She said he was about 5'5" to 5'6". It's pretty short for, yeah. Dark hair with a clean haircut. She said he was short but not straggly. Said he had no facial hair nor glasses. I asked what type of clothing he had on. Kelsey said dark clothing, but she couldn't remember what kind of pants, but she remembers that they were dark. I asked what type of shirt the male had on, and Kelsey said a dark t-shirt. I asked Kelsey if she knew either Dylan or Eric. She said no. She'd heard of them through school, but did not know them. I asked Kelsey if she knew any of the Trenchcoat Mafia, and she said she knew some from last year who had graduated. She says she knows Joe Stair and believes he is the leader of the Trenchcoat Mafia. I asked if she had seen Joe in the area of the school on Monday or Tuesday. She said that she had heard through friends that Joe was in the area of the Columbine Library on Tuesday afternoon, but she did not know if he had been there before. I asked Kelsey if she knew of any other members, and she said she knew Brian Sargent, who does not attend school this year. Kelsey said that Brian and Joe are always seen together, and that most of the time when she sees Brian, he's wearing a white shirt, but she's never seen him in a trench coat. I asked Kelsey what time her lunch started. She said approximately 11:15. I asked what class she was coming from, and she said that she had just left choir and had to walk to her locker before entering the lunchroom. I asked Kelsey what type of clothing she was wearing that day. She said that she had on khaki pants and a black tank top. I asked Kelsey if she had left any property in the cafeteria. She said she left a black Eddie Bauer backpack with her books, a day planner, some lotion, and a supply bag in it. I asked Kelsey if she had seen anything out of the ordinary in the cafeteria while she was there. She said no, she did not. I asked if she remembered seeing any large duffel bags that did not appear to fit in the cafeteria findings in the cafeteria surroundings. She said no, she did not. I asked Kelsey if she remembered seeing any of the shooters at the school or anyone with any bombs in the school. She said no, she did not see anyone. She just heard approximately 2 explosions while she was outside the school. Kelsey said that she did hear later in the week that the members of the Trenchcoat Mafia at Chatfield did not go to school on Tuesday, but she does not know if that's correct or not. All right, let me say that again. She heard that, this is kind of a weird rumor, right? The members of the Trenchcoat Mafia at Chatfield did not go to school on Tuesday, but she does not know if that's correct or not. I asked Kelsey if there was any further information she could remember about the day. She said no, not at this time. Okay. So that's curious. And again, in a lot of cases, early rumors do turn out to be true. So how many of these rumors that Chatfield Trenchcoat Mafia members were involved at Columbine? I mean, there's quite a few. So just the follow-up notes here, it says that she doesn't need to be contacted further, but apparently there was no ID. There were plans to give her a yearbook to see if she could ID the laughing male that she saw, but I don't know if that was ever done. Wow. Okay. Let's look at another document here, 14,553 to 54, from Dakota Ridge dropout Eric Fogelman. Dakota Ridge had its own little branch of Trenchcoat Mafia. It had only 3 members: Fogelman, Mike, last name unknown, and James, last name unknown. They were mostly into goth and theater and played role-playing games like Dungeons & Dragons and Vampires of the Masquerade. He had briefly talked to Eric Harris on the phone while looking for some of his other friends about a year ago on the telephone. He never really spent any time with the Columbine chapter of the Trenchcoat Mafia. Look how many chapters there are. He has not had contact with any members of any Trenchcoat Mafia chapters, indicating that there were other chapters since dropping out of school. He did make one comment to another student at Warren Tech that some of the victims deserved to die. He explained that he was angry about the incident and the thoughts became confused in his mind because he could not believe anybody could do something like this. Not only is that a weird thing to say, but that's a weird explanation of those words. Thoughts became confused in his mind. So that caused him to say people deserve to die. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of weird. But again, we have all of this reference to not just other Trenchcoat Mafias, but specifically chapters. Chapters. I mean, that's kind of weird. Does anybody find that kind of weird? I mean, some commenters here are referencing that Chris Morris said that there were approximately 120 members. Now, it's unknown. What is he talking about? Was he talking about current members or all-time members, previous? And how many chapters of the Trenchcoat Mafia is referring to? That's unknown. That might also be a secondhand statement. I don't know where. I didn't track down the source of that. An interesting poster here, Poe, posted this, referring to witnesses and otherwise speaking about what they know or why they haven't. The biggest threat for these people relates to the fact that they know things which they haven't yet made public. But I seriously doubt they'll ever come out with what they know and who they suspect. Something in that community seems to tie these people together in their secrecy. I know for sure that some of these witnesses, even those who have spoken out adamantly against the official version of events, know way more than what you'll find in their witness accounts or public statements. Wow, Nirvana in Chains commented here, that's true, and a bunch of witnesses said their statements in the final report were changed or modified. So who knows? Wow. That is curious. We do have handwritten statements, which, again, they don't match the printed up. I talked about this in previous episodes where we're going over all these hundreds of eyewitness accounts not matching the official narrative. And I did point that out, that what was printed up does not match the handwritten statements of the witnesses. Okay, let's take another look at the Get Smart so-called parody video. Now, again, there's a lot of curiosities around this video. Fusilier, the FBI agent who's the father, being the head of the investigation. I mean, this is just weird. But this 1997 video, so 2 years prior, so apparently the video is much longer than whatever has been released. And Chris Morris supposedly is more prominently featured than what was released. So, obviously the entire video has never been made public. But here are a few more screen grabs. And because some people allege Chris Morris was not involved in any way with it. Again, I mean, just some of these goofs who are just utterly clueless about all the facts and all of the documentation. And for whatever reason, their Dunning-Kruger's off the charts, and they're that triggered that they feel the need to comment and engage in conversation on subjects they know nothing about. But let's go to document 16,397. Student Brenton Hooker said that he was aware of and has seen a movie produced by Morris last year for his video or slash drafting class, which depicts bomb making, firing of weapons, and blowing up the school. So, yeah, that's interesting. So is this referring, unless people want to allege that there's multiple movies like this about trenchcoat mafia, trench-coated individuals shooting and blowing things up in the school and all of this insanity, if there's multiple films like this, but this seems to implicate Chris Morris directly in the production of the Fusilier video. So the user Null, again on Tapatalk archive posts here, states it is likely that 4 trenchcoat mafia members or associates participated in the making of the video. Michelle Boudreau, Morris's ex-girlfriend, Brooks Brown, Scott Fusilier, and Chris Morris. All just a wacky coincidence, of course. I also think it's telling that the ties between Morris and the video were never mentioned or picked up on any media outlets, probably on higher orders. A suspect in the shooting was filmed carrying out a mock precursor to it in a duster, no less. Yeah, they definitely wanted to keep this one quiet. So, again, the official story on the Idiot Box was that none of the people involved in the making of the video were directly connected to Trenchcoat Mafia or Eric and Dylan, which is patently false, obviously. I mean, there's a guy literally arrested at location at Columbine who was involved in shooting this video. I mean, this is just insane how the coincidence theorists, I mean, are they just that mentally weak that they can't process basic connections? I mean, you don't even have to go to any kind of vast conspiracies. I mean, this is like True Crime 101. I mean, it's just weird how all these goofs just can't process the basics. Another post from Governor Patsy here. Another co-producer was John Weirs, document 13,282, who was connected with the group. Kirk advised while there he entered Robin Anderson's bedroom and observed a photograph of a former classmate of his named John Weirs. Kirk reported that both he and Weirs had attended Columbine High School and graduated in June 97. Kirk recalls Weirs discussing his interest in guns and bombs. So Robin Anderson has a photograph of Weirs in her bedroom? Is everybody keeping up with this? Continuing the post here, and of course, Boudreau, Chris Morris's ex-girlfriend, was apparently close to Eric Dutroux as well. Eric indicated that the 2 students he ran with were Stair and Boudreau, document 10,686. Yet she never mentions him except to volunteer a curious detail about the Dutroux-Morris altercation, document 13,054. Boudreau stated that on the day she broke up with Morris, he pulled a knife on Eric Dutroux. Boudreau was not present but heard that the police had been called and that Morris had told the police that Boudreau had told him to pull the knife on Dutroux. Wow. I mean, all of these triangles here, what does everybody make of this? I mean, this really is one of the most bizarre cases in history. I mean, even if the shooting had never happened, I mean, just look at all of this. Like, unfortunately, the shooting wasn't stopped. But even if it was stopped, you could still, I mean, just the amount of connections here. The amount of altercations and coincidences, I mean, it's like, it's never ending. I mean, this would be deemed too unrealistic for any TV show. Like, even a soap opera. I mean, this many coincidental connections? I don't think this would even pass the writing room of a soap opera. But as they say, the truth is stranger than fiction. Null responded, her interview seems to indicate that she was trying to distance herself from the group. And let me chime in here just again, because again, the coincidence theorists, these gullible goofs that believe everything they see on the Idiot Box, how are they not able to understand that if these people were close and it was a whole trenchcoat mafia situation and everybody had knowledge, possible complicity, why wouldn't they distance themselves? I mean, that's kind of the go-to thing to do. in these situations. And it's just so weird, the mental deficiency of a lot of these goofs hovering over this case. I mean, it's crazy. But anyway, continuing here. Understandable, though she was likely a member as well. Document 7007 to 8. Jennifer Perlman also told me that while she attended Columbine High School during the 97-98 school year, she remembers a female by the name of Michelle. However, she could not remember her last name. Jennifer said that Michelle is an ex-Columbine High School student as well, and also now attends the University of Northern Colorado. Jennifer said that she recalls that Michelle wore a trench coat, tall black boots, and said that they were tie-up Indian-type boots. Interesting. Very interesting. So this is a female wearing a trench coat, tall black boots, Chris Morris's ex-girlfriend, corroborated by numerous parties. What does everybody make of this? Just all more mere coincidence? And you know, what's really crazy is, like, obviously all these people know more than what they've told. Even if they weren't connected or complicit in the actual shooting, clearly they know more about the individuals involved in general. In general. I mean, I don't know how that could be a controversial statement. All right, let's get really, really crazy. If you thought we were in Mindshock land already, I mean, we're going so far down these rabbit holes. Again, stuff that just wouldn't even pass the writer's room in a soap opera. Research Columbine, very astute online researcher out there, made this post. This is not an exhaustive list, but there are some interesting things about Chris Morris that puzzle me more than others. In a webpage compiled by another researcher, below an article that has been long removed from the web, written by Carla Crowder from the Denver Rocky Mountain News, there's a comment that Chris Morris was, quote, videotaped later in the day on the 20th, exiting a white van at the Harris home in the company of Eric's father, end quote. Let me let that one marinate a little bit more for the coincidence theorists. So apparently, Chris Morris is with Eric Harris's father exiting a white van at the Harris home. See, this is the thing about mainstream media. You can't control everything 100%. I mean, this is a lot of things like the Dunning-Kruger coincidence theorist, authority-worshipping cultist crowd. They can't grasp this. They hallucinate that everyone would have to be in every single journalist, every single paper would have to be in on every single conspiracy. Obviously not. So things slip through the cracks, and there's a lot of things that have slipped through the cracks in the Columbine case. That's what makes it kind of so obvious that there was more than meets the eye regarding this case. Now, I'm not claiming to know what that was, but clearly there are all of these oddities, coincidences, and anomalies that slipped through the cracks. I mean, damage control was obviously done after the fact, but initially there were a lot of slips here. So, continuing on here, also, does anyone find it odd that as soon as Morris signed the consent to search, his mother unplugged his computer, put it by the door before investigators arrived at the house, and his brother Mark, who wasn't even living with him at the time, bagged up Chris's clothing, put it into a paper sack, and gave it to the police, telling them everything Chris wore that day was in the sack. Document 10,808 and 10,809. How is that not considered tampering with evidence if the police didn't even personally collect two of the most important things from Chris's room during the search? It's only mentioned in one document, so in the other places the search is mentioned, it sounds like the police searched Chris's room and took his clothes and computer, but that's not how it happened. I find this odd. Also, did anyone ever find what clothing was in the paper sack? We know Chris was wearing a white t-shirt and flannel at school, and then he changed into a black South Park t-shirt at some point before he was arrested. There was an obvious mismatch of what he was wearing earlier, according to witnesses. And again, going back to Robert Perry and all these other so-called alleged shooters who may have allegedly participated in the shooting, there's numerous reports of them wearing different shirts by different people. Was that all by design? Because if they just simply swapped out shirts, I mean, that's clearly enough to fool all of these mentally deficient, gullible goof coincidence theorists who think who hallucinate. It's just impossible for anything other than two people to have done this. I mean, it's, again, this isn't rocket science. I mean, this is basics. I mean, it's just so weird. According to witnesses, this was a mismatch, so you would think police would have taken all of his clothing personally. However, they don't even mention in Chris's interviews what he was wearing that day at school. They do with other people, a lot of witnesses and even Brooks Brown. But they never mention Chris's change of clothes, nor put in his interview summary what he was wearing that day. It all seems a bit too odd. That is kind of odd, because literally one of the most suspicious people, innocent or guilty, clearly there was a lot of suspicion to the point that he was put in handcuffs, and yet he's the only guy, or one of the only guys they don't ask about what he was wearing, and yet they ask all of these clearly innocent witnesses and victims? That is kind of weird. Anybody else find that kind of weird? Some more posts here. I've long suspected Wayne Harris had some sort of involvement, possibly recruiting miscreant teens as some kind of covert operation, but I've never heard of this before. More posts. I often wonder if there were any copies made of his personal writings, letters, notes, poetry, writing assignments, etc. I would love to read through everything Chris wrote so we could get a better understanding of his state of mind from that time period. Another thing I noticed about Chris Morris from his arrest footage that day is when police put him into the back of the black police car, Chris slammed his head really hard against the headrest of the seat in front of him. I'm honestly not sure if anyone else has noticed this before, if anyone has talked about it, but I thought I would just add this info to the research for Chris Morris. Another post here by Research Columbine. Was Chris Morris's arrest just for show? Was he reading a script after the shooting? I'm convinced that Chris Morris was a shooter and he was the one wearing these long, thick gloves to keep gunshot residue off his hands and arms, and that he changed clothes before heading over to Corey's house, and that he didn't arrive when he claims. However, what if Chris Morris was a shooter or bomber that day, but not like we think? What if he wasn't just someone who got away, but rather someone who was supposed to get away the whole time? He was given a script to follow following the massacre, and he fumbled a bit, but mostly nailed it, getting all that media attention where he acted shocked about what Eric and Dylan did, distancing himself from having been involved in making and detonating explosives, while the media ignored all accounts of his violence and pipe bomb making antics. Why would the media allow so much airtime to claim his innocence without presenting the evidence against him and questioning him about it? I don't think any of that was real. I think it was all for show. Of course, if Chris was a main suspect and he was arrested and paraded around on TV, then cleared, nobody would really think he was guilty. After all, if police cleared him, they must not have found anything. Look no further, society. Was he given a deal for trapping Duran? I used to think so, but not now. Police wouldn't let a shooter off the hook for placing a fruitless phone call. Duran didn't even confess. His call was useless. If he was given a deal, it would have been conditional, as in, you get a confession, you're off the hook, not just place this call and you're free. Although, to be fair, we don't know about any other calls that took place or anything else that went on behind the scenes, or what else Morris could have provided on Duran. I don't think we're dealing with a kid who got a deal for trying to trap a middleman that plenty of other people named as the guy who facilitated the Tech-9 sale. I think we're dealing with a kid who was possibly an informant, but also something much more sinister than just an informant. Several other people told police they knew Duran facilitated the gun sale. Of all people, why ask Chris to call when others had first-hand knowledge and Chris's knowledge was second-hand, which was riskier? I think he was chosen to make the call for the police because he was already working for them. Why would he give police permission to search his room and take his computer only for his mother to unplug his computer and place it by the door for investigators to take? Was that even Chris's computer that they took? How did the police let people get away with this? Why did police allow Chris's brother to bag up his clothing in a paper sack for them? How do we know what clothes his brother gave police? Why didn't police note any kind of upset with the way the Morris family handed over Chris's property outside of his room, rather than allowing them to take the two key pieces of evidence directly from his room during the search? There is a researcher in this community who I won't name, but he has the lab documents that detail the GSR test results. He refused to give us the document years back because they contained references to the victims. I personally think he's also part of the Morris cover-up team. Who's in those GSR test results? Perhaps a description of the clothes said to have been worn by Morris the day of the shooting? Do they even match what he was wearing that day? People said he wore a white t-shirt and flannel in bowling, but he was wearing a black South Park t-shirt when he was arrested. Which items did police test, or was that just a farce too? Why would anyone lie about how they got into police custody? Chris's story of how he got into police custody doesn't match the story of the officer who took him into custody. This kind of lie seems unlikely to be told, as it would serve no purpose to lie about how you were taken into police custody. Maybe Chris was just reading a script and the script writers didn't realize there was a discrepancy. Chris's interview says he couldn't reach police, so he drove to Clement Park to talk to police, or Eric or Dylan, where he was detained. According to the officer who took him into the custody, he told Chris to stay at Corey's house and that they were coming to pick him up. But when the police got there, they had him empty his pockets, arrested him, and the police took him to Clement Park. I don't think even a psychopath would necessarily lie about how police took custody of them. It sounds more like Chris and the officer were given scripts that didn't match because the script writers fumbled. Or someone created their 11K interviews not realizing they mismatched the stories. And my biggest question is, did Chris get a name change when he was younger? Because those arrest records included in his interview have a different middle name. Our guy is Chris Richard Morris. The arrest records are for Christopher Andrew Morris. And it says CAM was a fugitive. Did they change his middle name, or did police pull those records thinking it was him and it was in his file, so that's why it was included in his interview? I'm not convinced those are his records, but if he changed his middle name, I guess he could have been a fugitive at 12 years old or so, but I'm not convinced those are his records. I know someone out there knows more about this. Okay, is this again all mere coincidence, anomaly, and the coincidence there is just going to chalk this up to police incompetency? I mean, is this incompetence or complicity? That's the real question here. Follow-up posts. Didn't he supposedly commit some sort of heinous crime as a child? Perhaps this relates to a possible name change. How often do people only change their middle name? I actually have never heard of that. Is that a thing, especially for criminals? The way the media focused on him is something I've always found quite bizarre. He admitted to investigators that he was with Harris and Klebold the night before the massacre, and that Harris was openly talking about killing jocks and such. Like they just glossed over this like it never happened. I'm generally believed that he was in on the whole thing and bailed just before or just after the attack began. His 911 call to report the shooting may well have been an attempt to feign innocence, something which I think is further implied by his apparent ignorance of Klebold's exact surname during the call, a possible way to further distance himself from his murderous associates.
What is your emergency? I'm calling again. I've called once. I need a detective to call me. I know the exact names of the persons who did it, and I know exactly what they look like,
Okay.
exactly where they live.
We have deputies that are handling that. Can I get your name?
Yeah, it's Chris Morris. I've already called once. As soon as I can, because I know exactly what they look like. They can find them like that if they're outside of the school.
Okay, hang on just a second for me.
Okay.
And it's Chris?
Chris Morris, yeah.
Morris.
Yeah. Morris.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Hello? Yeah, this is Sergeant Baldwin. I know exactly what their names are, and I've heard them talk about it once before. I know them. I thought they were my friends.
Okay.
One of them is named Dylan Klebold.
We got him. How you spell his last name?
I think it's Klabbold.
K-L-A. Spell it again for me.
I think it's Klabbold. I'm not sure exactly.
Klebold. Okay.
And the other one's Eric Harris.
Okay.
They usually wear black trench coats. One of them, I believe, has an AK-47.
Okay.
And another one has a shotgun, 10 gauge, I believe. Another one has a handgun.
Okay. Are there three of them or just two of them?
I believe they have those three weapons, and I believe those two because I hang out with them, and I've never heard about this.
Did they tell you what they were going to do?
The evacuees out of school by SWAT ended up over at Haley in Yukon. We're going back to get them, and we got to get them back out.
I thought they were kidding around.
Happy you're not to Kelly in Yukon at
By all the reports and everything, what I've heard from other students, it's got to be them.
Shotgun and a handgun.
I believe so. I believe they might have a AK-47 too.
Okay. You gave
the name and phone number that I'm
We'll probably be coming in contact with you, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
But I wonder if there's more to Morris than just another trench coater who panicked and decided not to go through with it. We know there were others involved, yet during his 911 call, he mentions only Harris and Klebold, the two who were coincidentally found dead and took the entire blame for the massacre. A little strange in hindsight, no? It's almost as if he was trying to help frame the narrative of only two gunmen. He was the leader of the Trenchcoat Mafia at the time and implied to his friends the Trenchcoat Mafia was something more than just a gang of oddballs. So perhaps his involvement was more along the lines of a handler than a mere accomplice. This would certainly fit with the idea of him following a script. Okay, hold on a second. I mentioned this in a lot of previous episodes. Let's not fall for silly false dichotomy logical fallacies. This is a good point on him saying there's only two, when, again, through whatever people want to call it, fog of war, whatever, there was clearly multiple shooters reported. 6, 7, 8. There was all these reports of multiple shooters. And he's definitively stating there's only two. That is kind of weird. That's kind of weird. So the other thing is regarding what are the possibilities here. Some of the Trenchcoat Mafia members might have bailed right before. They might have thought it was all a big joke, and when they realized it was about to get real, they bailed. Or some of them stayed for a little bit and then bailed. So, and you might have different Trenchcoat Mafia members. Part of them are in column A, part of them are in column B. That kind of would explain a lot of things, wouldn't it? Research Columbine followed up. I've been looking for someone who knows about his childhood. He bragged to people about having a criminal record, but I don't know if he really did. You would think if he did something really bad as a kid, he would change his name. Then again, juvenile records aren't publicly available, and you can have them sealed when you turn 18. Before they're sealed, you have to answer yes to the question, have you ever been arrested? Once sealed, you can legally answer no. His 911 call is a bit strange. I thought it was odd that he couldn't get Dylan's last name, too. Reading his interview, though, he can't spell anyone's last name, and his phonetic spelling he gave to officers is terrible. Also, didn't he name Perry as a possible shooter? I wonder why he didn't mention that on the 911 call. Unless that was him setting the stage, like you said, framing the narrative. Poe responded, I don't recall him naming Perry as a shooter. I could be wrong, my memory is terrible, but I do recall him flat out denying Sargent's involvement when the cops were questioning him. Clearly they believed Sargent was one of the gunmen at that point. But when put to Morris, he replies something to the effect of, nah, he's just a geek, as if that somehow absolves him of potential involvement. All the more strange considering that Sargent wasn't averse to violence. I remember watching the footage and finding this rather peculiar. How would he know? Again, you can interpret this as an attempt to frame the narrative. So let's look at the video here.
Go find Chris. Chris, Chris was over here.
More.
Got it. Okay. Do you want to do it on this side?
Let me go get it, all right? Good. Is he okay here?
Copy. Are you in the business office?
Yes. Let me get his stuff. I had 3 packs of cigarettes.
Reference students coming out second floor. That was from Victor 11.
She's just gonna.
Okay, it was
Yeah, right now.
Victor 11 advised second floor extreme needs. We had students trying to come out the windows.
Take off on the south side, lower level. He was a male, he went back inside.
Yeah.
Command 500, Victor 3, you copy?
What hand do you like? Is it right or left?
My right. This hand right here.
Go ahead.
County says they are on the second floor, southeast corner, room 3. That's where the increase is at.
Harris is the guy I think.
Brian Sargent.
No,
We know how to
Brian
do
Sargent.
it.
That's not
That's
right.
right. He gave us 2
I doubt he'd be in there at all.
Is he with what's Harris? He said he
Harris?
did classes at home.
Yeah.
Roger, record.
We got another class.
So, does anybody find it strange how interested the police are in Brian Sargent? I mean, clearly, there was enough witnesses positively IDing Sargent to make the police very interested. The police definitely thought there was a good chance he was in the school at some point. The coincidence theorists would all dismiss that, but where did that assertion come from, and why are they asking him about Sargent? More responses here. I agree with you, that does make sense that his arrest was more for show than anything else. I didn't see that at first, but looking back at the news footage, it seems unnecessary for the police to have paraded Morris around in front of the news cameras the way they did. Research Columbine responded, I have to look harder because someone quoted something read like someone's testimony, Morris named redacted. Huh. And yeah, exactly, how would he know if someone wasn't or wasn't involved? That's a good point. How would he know? He's not in the school at the time. Unless he's claiming to have direct knowledge of an exact plan. I was cleaning up the audio of John Stone speaking at an engagement somewhere in California and decided to try the 911 calls. He was able to enhance Morris's 911 call behind the crosstalk. Here's what I got. Chris prior to the crosstalk. I hang out with them, and I've never heard about this. Also, Chris prior to the crosstalk. I heard them talk about it once before. I thought they were my friends. Dispatcher, did they tell you what they were going to do? Chris responds, no. Something unintelligible, says a word that ends with an S sound. They're going to blow up the school, and that was 2 weeks ago, and I didn't think anything of it. I thought they were kidding around. Research Columbine responded, what made me wonder most of all was a series of events. I realized he changed his clothes, and nobody questioned him about this. Then he made a bunch of withdrawals from his bank account until 4 days before he depleted it to $7 and this was never investigated, ? About 2 weeks before he went to the bank with Eric and Dylan while they cashed their checks, he emptied most of his bank account, $500 to $600, the teller said. And nobody thought to investigate? Then I read that when Chris gave police permission to search his room, his mom unplugged his computer, set it by the door for detectives to take. That doesn't sound like protocol. Then Chris's brother bagged up all his clothes he was allegedly wearing in a paper sack and handed it to the police and told them it was everything Chris was wearing that day. Who gets away with doing these things other than somebody already off the hook and or on their side? They could have just taken him to the station directly or questioned him at Corey's house. Instead, they brought him to the park. Why would police bring a suspect directly into action if not for show? And they put him into a van right next to one of the splatterpunks, if I'm not mistaken. The splatterpunk guy was in the car right next to Chris being interviewed or detained to talk about a photo op. Research Columbine also posted, we can't forget that it's likely Eric and Dylan filmed themselves target practicing at 2 different shooting ranges, and Morris was seen on the other tape, not the tape from Rampart Range, likely. Nobody investigated this either. Someone saw him on one of the shooting tapes. Null responded, I'd highly recommend against attempting to contact Morris. One individual on this forum reached Morris by phone and was threatened with legal action. Whether or not that was a legitimate possibility, these guys are almost certainly well connected and therefore extremely dangerous. Yeah, Morris definitely had a rough childhood. He expressed the desire to murder his parents, straight up told other classmates that he didn't love them, and was constantly having fights with his mother. Now that I think about it, a lot of the Trenchcoat Mafia members had similar issues with their parentals. Harris, Klebold, Dykeman, and Brown, to name a few. Morris did cover for Sargent. I think he only gave up Perry because he thought the latter was supposed to go down with Harris and Klebold. Check out some of his early interviews. The dude says Perry was making trip bombs with Harrison Klebold, and he thought that Perry was one of the shooters. But by the time of the 2002 El Paso report, Morris was covering for Perry as well and said he was barely involved with the Trenchcoat Mafia and, in quotations, definitely not involved in any shenanigans at the school. Yeah, that's a weird flipping of the script there because... Yeah, it is weird because Perry was definitely the most named shooter by everybody there. I mean, just the very pronounced acne scars on his face. Just everything about Perry. I mean, people who knew both Perry and Klebold clearly stated they saw Perry. So it seems like Perry, maybe the original plan was for Perry to go down. And maybe he bailed a little earlier. And then Morris didn't know that there was a switch up. Again, this is a highly volatile moving piece situation with high school kids. I mean, obviously not everything always goes perfectly to plan. I mean, see, the thing is, there could be a lot of conspiracies out there that nobody knows about because in those cases, everything did go according to plan. However unlikely that may be. There might be not a lot of them, but there might be a couple of conspiracies out there that nobody even thinks is a conspiracy because they went rather smoothly, unlike this situation where there's so much slipping through the cracks. Research Columbine responded here, I always thought it was strange the way he said Perry always made trip bombs with them. These guys were close. There's no way he'd implicate a friend even in making explosives, not even to get police off his back. I feel like Morris has been greatly protected here. I think you're right that he thought Perry was supposed to go down. There's no other reason I can see for him to name him. I don't believe he did it to take suspicion off of him either. He seems way too nonchalant about telling a reporter they were all joking about bombing the school's hallways. Nobody would admit to that unless protected. I laughed when I read Morris said Perry wasn't part of the Trenchcoat Mafia and everyone else got up and walked away when he came over because he wasn't really part of the group. That's almost as bad as Joe Stair telling police they didn't call themselves the Trenchcoat Mafia, but they called themselves the Trenchcoat Club. Seriously, question mark? I mean, yeah, it's kind of obvious a lot of these Trenchcoat Mafia members were screwing with police for whatever reasons. Okay, so let's continue to go even further into Mindshock land. So the tan car we mentioned speeding away from Columbine High School and seen by numerous people, there might be more to this. So Research Columbine also posted this, reviving an old oddity with a twist regarding the tan car. Dylan Klebold went to Nate Dykeman's house the morning of the shooting. This isn't a full report, but I wanted to share the info anyway to revive this topic with some overlooked info. That Dylan Klebold went to Nate Dykman's house the morning of the shooting while there was also a tan car parked in the driveway. At around noon, the same tan car sped into Nate's driveway with a passenger and left 20 minutes later. Nate allegedly sold his car 2 weeks before the shooting. Did he sell it to a friend? Was he driving it that day? Let's revive this old topic. Numerous witnesses reported seeing a suspicious tan car before, during, and after the shooting. This car was seen in several locations, speeding away from Clement Park before the first explosion, following Klebold's BMW into Columbine's parking lot with 3 kids exiting the vehicle, 2 identified as the suspects. On Pierce Street, across the street from the Mormon house, the trunk was open. People, including Klebold, were looking inside. Also parked in Nate Dykman's driveway with Klebold's BMW the morning of the shooting. Also seen quickly pulling into Nate Dykman's driveway with 2 occupants around 12 p.m., parked for about 20 minutes, then left. Speeding through a cul-de-sac following Klebold's BMW near Pierce and Cayley. Pierce and Cayley don't intersect. There are 4 roads named Cayley, so I don't know which one this references. Main points. Nate Dykman drove an older tan car. Did Nate Dykman sell his sedan to Jessica Miklich? So let's get this straight. Out of all of the possible people in the area, Nate Dykman is alleged to have sold his vehicle to none other than Jessica Miklich. For those that don't know, Miklich is actually in the footage at Rampart Range, shooting guns with all the guys. She is the girlfriend of none other than Mark Maines. Does anybody find it strange? It just happens. Out of all the possible people Nate Dykman could sell his car to, he's selling it, allegedly, to none other than the girlfriend of the guy who bought weapons for Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris and shot guns with them. Out of all the possible people, I believe Miklich and Maines are from the Columbine class of 1995, so they were a couple years older. Obviously, we've gone into Mark Maines and all of the shady business in that direction. But does anybody find it strange? I mean, how many coincidences are the coincidence theorists asking everybody to accept here? I mean, is this a bridge too far? I mean, how many bridges too far have we been on? I mean, are we on the 1,000th bridge too far now? The tan sedan was being surveyed by the FBI. Dykman didn't drive his white truck to school on April 20th, 1999, or did he? Nate was seen driving his white truck after the shooting, but his truck was not in his parking spot. Who saw the tan car? Tammy Solana Gonzalez, Garrett Tolaco, Sally Hawker, Gabe Montoya, Sarah Gillings. Gillings confirms that redacted in Montoya's interview summary is Nate Dykman and states that Montoya saw Dylan's BMW at Nate's house that morning. Nate Dykman drove an older tan car. Although he had recently bought an older mid-70s jacked up, beat up white Ford truck, Dykman previously drove a tan or brown 4-door Dodge Lancer. Document 2231, Chris Walker talked to Dykman about Dykman's new truck. I asked him to describe the truck. He stated it was an old mid-70s pickup truck with primer on it, big wheels that looked beat up. Dykman's previous car had been a Dodge Lancer, a tannish brown color. The body style is similar to a Tempo. It was 4-door, and according to Walker, it was very ugly. Did Dykman sell his sedan to Jessica Miklich? There's been speculation that Dykman sold his tan sedan to Miklich, who interestingly purchased a new car on March 5th, 1999, and ended up totaling that same car just before she was interviewed by police. Source for this car being a tan sedan is needed. Okay, so there's no source on that. The tan sedan was being surveyed by the FBI. Dykeman didn't drive his white truck to school on April 20th. Bradley Brunow, document 6,186. As far as seeing anything unusual on April 20th, 99, Brunow said that he was walking away from the parking lot to the school. He noticed that Nate Dykeman's white truck was not in the lot as it usually was. When asked why he noticed that, Brunow said that the truck was big and beat up and he would walk by it almost every day. Although Dykeman didn't park his white truck in his usual spot that day, he was seen talking to a student with the last name of Spevak in the Columbine High School parking lot. Did he drive his tan sedan to school? Did Dykeman park his white truck somewhere else, perhaps in Clement Park? Gabe Montoya, Dykeman's neighbor, didn't report seeing it in Dykeman's driveway when he reported seeing Dylan's black BMW and Dykeman's tan car. Where was Dykeman's white truck during the incident? Dykeman's truck was seen by 2 witnesses, but only in the traffic jam of students leaving the school. Jennifer Herman and another student. Did someone else drive his tan car away from the school, and then he went to Clement Park to get his truck and escape with the rest of the fleeing students? In quotations, escape. Who saw the tan car? Elisa's friend saw trenchcoat mafia members in the back of a tan car in the Columbine High School parking lot. Documents 2,496 and 13,569 and 20,091. Wes Blatter, the father of Esty Blatter, then provided some third-hand information. Wes stated that he works with Elisa Thomas. Wes stated that Elisa told him that an adult friend of hers, name unknown at this time, typically drops her kids off at school and sees the trenchcoat mafia smoking on the hill. Wes continued to state that he understands that these trenchcoat mafia guys in black trenchcoats were not there the morning of the incident, but rather in the back of a tan car in the southwest parking lot. Document 2,496. Yeah, this is curious because we have multiple individuals stating that the trenchcoat mafia members, none of them are anywhere where they usually are on that morning. Let's go to Tammy Solano Gonzalez. So this is document 9,834 to 85 and 13,206. I telephoned Solano Gonzalez, who said that she drove by Columbine High School every morning on her way to work. She said that she would see a tall kid with dark curly hair wearing black military-style pants and some other juvenile males outside of the school by Polk and Pierce just about every morning. She said that on the morning of April 20th, 99, she was driving to work and saw the same tall white male wearing the black military-style pants along with several other males looking into the trunk of a tan-colored car. Solano Gonzalez said that the males were just staring in the trunk and were not putting anything in or pulling anything out of the trunk of the car. Solano Gonzalez said that she had seen the same male wearing the military-style pants outside the school every morning for the past 2 weeks, along with several other males. I asked her why she remembers the males. She said that she specifically remembers the male who was always wearing the military-style pants because there was a guy at school, at the high school she attended, who dressed the same way. She said that after arriving at work and hearing about the shooting and after seeing the picture of the shooters, she is very sure that the white male wearing the black military-style pants was definitely Dylan Klebold. She said that she took more notice of the males that morning because there were more of them that she had seen over the past few days. Solano Gonzalez said that the other males were wearing white or light-colored t-shirts, while Klebold was wearing black military pants and a black t-shirt. Yeah, that's curious. So she always sees a few of them, but on that particular morning, there was a lot more than regular. Interesting. She described the car as being a tan or yellowish-colored Plymouth Reliant-type body style, older model, about 1985. For the past several months, she had seen the same high school-aged boy standing on the street corner. She said that she has since recognized the boy as Dylan Klebold from the televised coverage of the incident. Gonzalez described having seen Klebold standing beside a tan-colored smaller car April 20th, 99 at about 7:45 a.m. She said as she drove by, she saw him looking into the trunk of the car with about 3 other high school-aged boys. Let's go over Gary Talico's account. We went over this before. While helping students escape, the roof repairman told him he saw a tan car following a black car into the Columbine High School parking lot and saw 3 people exit the black vehicle. 2 were the shooters. This happened shortly before the shooting began. Document 8,976 to 77. Talico stated he ran over to the tennis courts and assisted guiding students out of the area. While in that area, he spoke to an unidentified maintenance man who had been working on the roof. That individual told him he had seen the individuals involved in the shooting exit a black vehicle in the parking lot along with a third person shortly before the shooting started. He also stated he observed a small tan-colored vehicle following the black one as it arrived in the lot. So these are all very clear statements. Very, very clear. I mean, even some mentally deficient coincidence theorists should be able to follow along here. When investigators contacted Chris Clark, the roof repairman, he claims he never told Mr. Talico that story and said that he got the story was wrong. What he really said was that he saw 3 students shot on the ground. So this is a nice little switcheroo here. Document 7,511. Sally Hawker saw a tan car, which is kind of weird because all these other people matched his story that he magically said he changed, but yet all these other people saw the same thing he originally said he saw before he changed it. Sally Hawker saw a tan car speeding out of Clements Park parking lot right as the shooting began. Hawker stated that on April 20th, 1999, at approximately 11:25 a.m., she was driving northbound on Pierce Street past Columbine High School en route to Clement Park for a walk. As she drove past the school, she noticed a JCSD patrol car entering the main parking lot. Once past the school, she pulled into the park using the Pierce Street entrance and observed a small brown sedan, which she described as a Civic-type vehicle, exiting the lot very quickly. Hawker stated at the time she did not think the activity was especially unusual and did not pay much attention to the vehicle. She was unable to provide any information referencing the vehicle occupants other than she thought it was driven by a young male with another male passenger. So this is 11:25 a.m. Document 7,511. Okay, so Gabe Montoya saw Klebold's BMW and a tan sedan parked in Nate Eichmann's driveway before the shootings. Document 6,913 to 14. Note, we know redacted is Nate Dykman, and the redacted location is Dykman's house for 2 reasons. 1, another witness, Sarah Gillings, relayed Montoya's story to investigators and Dykman's name was not redacted. And 2, Montoya and Dykman were neighbors on Plymouth Place. On May 11th, 1999, I spoke to Gabe Montoya and his mother, Sandy Montoya, by telephone. I asked Gabe Montoya about a friend of his and neighbor named Redacted, Nate Dykman. Gabe Montoya said that he had a conversation with Big Redaction, likely a reference to the conversation about Corey DePuter being killed. Gabe Montoya indicated that he and his friend Joel Coons had been at the Montoya home when they had a conversation with Redacted, Dykman. I asked Montoya to tell about the conversation and his movements that day. Montoya said that he had gone to school that morning for first hour. Montoya said that he picked up Joel Coons at about 11:15 a.m. on April 20th, 1999 and drove him to his car at Clement Park. Montoya said that he followed Coons to the Firestone station located at Chatfield and Coal Mine, and from there the two of them went to the Montoya home. Montoya said that he and Coons had lunch at his house and were playing outside basketball when they saw a tan-colored, possibly SUV, pull into the redacted Dykman's driveway. Montoya said that he did not really look at the car, but he did state that the car drove down the street at a high rate of speed, but indicated that was not unusual for a redacted Dykman to drive that way. Montoya said that he did not see who had gotten in or out of the car, but that he had heard the car doors close. Guess that's a plural. I asked Montoya how many car doors he heard. He said that he thought he heard 2, but he was not sure. Montoya said that the car was there in the redacted Dykman driveway for about 5 to 10 minutes, and that he did not see who got back into the car. Montoya indicated that he remembers the tan vehicle having a very dark tinted rear window with numerous stickers stuck to the rear window. Montoya said that he and Coons heard numerous police sirens prior to the arrival of the tan vehicle, and that he heard a few police sirens after the tan vehicle left redacted Dykman residence. Montoya said he does not know the exact time that the tan color drove to the redacted Dykmans, but thought it was around 12:20 p.m. I asked Montoya why he thought it had been around that time, and he said that the Coons did not have to be back to school until 12:40 p.m. and that Sandy Montoya had just arrived home after the tan vehicle left. I asked Sandy Montoya if she remembered what time it was she got home. She said she thought it was around 12:15 p.m. to 12:20 p.m. Sarah Gillings. This is how we know the above redacted name is Nate Dykman, plus the fact that Nate was Montoya's Neighbor, document 3245, was told by a student named Gabe Montoya who lives on West Plymouth Place that a neighbor of his named Nathan told him at 2 p.m. the day of the shooting that Corey DePuter was killed in the shooting. Nathan told Gabe that he found out on news reports when no such reports were aired. Wow, that's interesting. Gabe also told her that he saw Dylan's black car and another tan sedan at Nathan's house the morning of the shooting. Okay, Research Columbine continues here. You know what I think happened with Nate? I think he was used, and he thought they were gonna blow up some propane tanks for a massive prank, and helped them wire them that morning, which is why they were all looking into the trunk of the car. Eric bought at least 2 Blue Rhino propane tanks that morning at the fire gas station, at the first gas station. The second gas station was where he bought 1 tank. We know the first 2 tanks were Blue Rhino brand. The tanks in the cafeteria were older with visible rust on the seams. The tanks found in Harris's car were Blue Rhino. He bought the tanks used for at least his car bomb that morning, which means they had to wire them that morning. Eric and Dylan were driving all over the place that morning, in and out of the school parking lot, etc. If they had to wire the bombs, they wouldn't hang out aimlessly with people looking into the trunk of a car and hang out for no reason in the parking lot. I think when Tara Oglesby said that Nate was laughing and said, "I bet I know who it is," document 6965, Nate was still thinking they were just being destructive. That statement strikes me as something someone would say when they think their friends are pulling off a massive destructive prank, not murder. Then, add on to that, Nate went to Montoya's house around 2 p.m., and Nate told Montoya that Corey DePuter died and heard it on the news. Montoya relayed this to investigators, and so did Gillings. Gillings told investigators that she found that to be suspicious since it wasn't reported that time. Did Nate hear from the grapevine after the library survivors told about DePuter's death? Did he lie about where he heard it because he was hanging around the school and or Leawood Park when he shouldn't have been? How did he get away with lying and having Dylan show up at his house that morning? When asked if he helped Eric and Dylan that day, he said no during his polygraph examination. The answer was found to be deceptive. Maybe he did help them, but he didn't know it was for a murderous plan. Maybe he just wanted to watch something big go kaboom. Okay, this is an excellent theory, one that we actually have not gone over on Mindshock. So again, let's not fall for false dichotomies, trichotomies, or anything of the sort. Is it possible certain trenchcoat mafia members knew about the plan, certain ones participated and then bailed, certain other ones bailed before, and certain individuals were used for help under the guise of it being some kind of a prank where no one would actually get hurt? Although there are conflicting statements, Null responded there were a couple of witnesses who also heard Dykeman saying something like, "I can't believe they did it today." Both he and Sargent appear to have had 2 cars, and in both cases there are holes and discrepancies in their stories and witnesses who apparently saw both vehicles driving around at very similar times. I mean, this is kind of weird, though. This is kind of weird that we have 2 connected individuals with supposedly having 2 different vehicles who were both spotted at suspicious times and suspicious areas multiple times and multiple people. And yet there are still goofs hallucinating that there's nothing to see here. Okay, also on Tapatalk, there's actually an archive here featuring more info on some of these other cases. There's no date here, but this was in document 21,111 in Macomb, Mississippi. The chief of police stated that there was a carbon copy of Harrison Klebold. There was a local trench coder who was doing planning. The chief said the youth was in custody. Quote, "It is believed by the chief that there may be some connection," end quote. So this is prior to April 20th, but supposedly there's no date here. So was it weeks prior? I mean, in custody. So prior. So when did he get into custody? A few days before? A few weeks? And the planning was long term? I don't know. That's kind of weird. But let's get even deeper into Mindshock land, because I've actually always speculated that there might have been more than meets the eye when it comes to the splatterpunks. The guys in camo arrested who said that they were coming to aid or whatever. I mean, really weird. But they might have actually been connected to the Pomona High School threats and arrests. So as I mentioned earlier, on April 17th, 1999, West Metro fire investigator Dave Green advised Pomona High School students redacted were arrested on April 17th with explosives. Also within the past month, redacted contacted in early AM hours at Pomona High School in fatigues, claimed to be on maneuvers. There is no connection with this investigation, document 17,824. How would they know if there's a connection or not when they haven't even done a thorough investigation? I mean, this is all unfolding in the aftermath. There's no actual investigation completed, but they're already claiming there's no connection. I mean, this level of gophery, what does everybody make of this? I mean, how can even the most devout coincidence theorists explain this? Okay. There's also a note here on Tapatalk. This was, I believe this was compiled by Star Viego as well. Note the splatterpunks, those three guys in black jackets and camo pants seen on national TV being arrested in Clement Park next to Columbine High School, were initially accused of a planned attack on Pomona High School in the same school district as Columbine. Quote, based on numerous tips the police received, end quote. A supposedly phony bomb threat would cause Pomona High School to be evacuated a week later. And we're going to get into more connections here because, I mean, just the amount of connections here, I mean, this is just so mind-shocking. I mean, we haven't seen this level of a coincidence stack a mile high, I don't believe, in any other school shooting. To the researchers out there who've studied all these other school shootings, I don't remember like Virginia Tech or any of these other shootings. I don't remember this monumental stratospheric stack of literally hundreds of individuals and dozens of cases, both in the immediate area and otherwise, with seemingly identical connection. I mean, this is just insane. And this, Virginia Tech and some of these other shootings, this is years later when even more people are on the internet. So it would be, one could claim that it could theoretically be more coincidental. But this is all the way back in 99 when not absolutely everybody was on the internet. Certainly not on their phone. So there actually is more detail here on the Star Viego post. April 19th, 99, there was a probable planned attack with many similarities to Columbine in far-off Evans High School in Georgia. In Columbia County. I mean, man, I still can't get over that one. I mean, wow. Columbia County Sheriff's Department in Appling, Georgia, questioned two students, Michael Buckner, 15, and an unknown youth on April 19th, 99, the day before Columbine, regarding death threats they reportedly made at Evans High. Police seized guns at both boys' homes as well as computers and, quote, Excalibur and samurai-type swords, end quote. And we do need a baseline. We need some controls here. Is Evans High School the type of high school where there's always threats and arrests with weapons? Because if there are, then maybe it's not connected. But if this is the only time it happened prior to Columbine, I mean, this is kind of weird. They both were believed to have practiced some type of witchcraft and participated in LARP war games. They wore trench coats over their all-black outfits with combat boots. Note that all of these characteristics were shared with the trench coat mafia in Colorado. The Georgia authorities said there was no connection to the events in Colorado, which was, quote, contrary to many news reports fueled by rumor that are currently circulated throughout the region, end quote. Early local media reports, however, said the two groups were in internet contact or were visiting the same site, from the FBI report on Columbine, page 8. So the FBI report says that they were on the same website. That's interesting. Okay. Huh. Well, also, in a lot of these investigations, especially this early on, if they haven't yet determined who was doing what online, because look how long it took for info to come out on the exact activities, the exact screen, and just all of this, and some of it's still not known today, because it's either been sealed or not reported. So it's just curious how all of this was immediately shut down. And I speculated earlier, let's say all of the local PDs are not in on any kind of conspiracy. Would they lie and say it's not connected to downplay panic and try to prevent more copycat shootings? Because that's it seems like they would do that. Not that they, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's probably a good thing, to prevent as much violence as possible. That might have been the smart move. So we can't really blame them for doing that. But of course, coincidence theorists have to hallucinate and pretend that they would never do that for some reason. I don't know, but we'll go over all of them real quick again. April 19th, 1999, employee at Stein Elementary School got that voicemail message on April 19th that she saved for the cops. Quote, yes, I'm one of the trench coat robbers, so you idiots and inaudible, if you don't give up $10 million, we're going to kill everybody in the school. You have my warning, end quote. The Stein Elementary Security Office says, quote, it is believed to be young children, end quote. This is document 17,977. So that's curious, too. So this elementary school, how often do elementary schools, not just in Colorado or the Columbine area, but how often do elementary schools anywhere in the world, elementary schools, or even might as well throw middle schools, or even high schools, how often are there messages left demanding $10 million or everybody in the school is killed with references to trench coats? It just so happens this was on April 19th, the day before Columbine. So if they always get messages like that, then it's not suspicious. Because if they get weekly messages, or not even yearly, let's say it only happened a few other times a year, then that wouldn't be suspicious. But if this is the only time ever this has ever happened, the day before Columbine, to think that there's no connection there, and I'm going to speculate this. Is it possible that maybe the younger brothers or sisters of some trenchcoat mafia members overheard something, and, they are just emulating their older brothers and sisters who they think are cool, or older friends? So they weren't necessarily specifically told directly by anybody, but maybe they overheard something. Who knows? So April 20th, 99, 7:30 a.m., a bomb was found at Highlands Ranch High School. This is the county right next to Columbine, Douglas County, document 7,962. The sheriff's office also made 2 arrests in connection with the bomb hoax April 20th at Highlands Park Ranch School. 4 days after the incident, the sheriff's office charged Ben A. Bennett, his name is Ben Bennett, 18, and Jonathan Reich, 18, with the possession, use, or removal of explosives or incendiary devices, a felony. Wait a second. So it wasn't a hoax? So it was a real bomb? One teen is a student at the high school. The other is a former classmate. As news of the shootings at Columbine High School began to spread, rumors began to circulate that the fake bomb was in fact legitimate. The bomb was not real, Deputy Kim Stucken-Schneider of the sheriff's office said. It just happened at the wrong time. They had absolutely no connection whatsoever with Columbine. It's just a rumor. From Douglas County News Press, April 22nd, 99. So how would they know if there's no connect? This is what? The second day of investigation? So at this point, they had already gotten all the warrants required, gone through all the computers, verified that nobody knew anybody, had any contact. Like, this level of goofery, it's kind of obvious they're sticking to the script that there's never any connection to anything, possibly to prevent any kind of panic, that there was some kind of widespread coordinated attack across the whole country with either officially organized trenchcoat mafia chapters or simply high school kids, former high school kids, high school dropouts, whatever, that were connected with each other on the internet. That is really scary. Like, you can't blame them, but they could have been less obvious about it because, this is just so obvious. They should have been less obvious about it to make it more believable. I guess back in 99, coincidence theorists were a lot more of the population were coincidence theorists back then, just authority-worshipping cultists who never questioned any authorities, never questioned the news on the idiot box. They just assumed it was all legitimate, no critical thinking at all. So I guess maybe it wasn't as obvious back in 99, but obviously looking back at it now, this is just so heavy-handed. Like, they barely had time to investigate anything. They're already announcing there's definitely no connection. Just insanity. I mean, they could have said there's no reason to believe there's a connection, or at least yet, investigation's still underway. You know, we can't comment, we can't confirm anything. Like, there's ways to do it without being so obvious. So, 11:10 a.m. on April 20th, reference to Redacted, who asked two fellow students at lunch at Burger King if they would be, quote, be going up to Lincoln High School in the Denver area and shooting people you hate, end quote. He acted as if he knew what was going on before it happened, according to witnesses. He is likely a friend or acquaintance of the Columbine shooters, documented 14,479-81. Where was it determined that that was likely? So is this a known individual, this Redacted? Now, I'm going to go back to something. Some people allege the splatterpunks might have been connected to the either the Highland Ranch High School with the supposed bomb hoax. So the charge, see, if it's not a real bomb, so if it's not an actual explosive or incendiary device, can someone be charged for that as a felony? Because obviously there's a whole bunch of other charges, you know, terrorizing and all of that. But can you be charged with an explosive charge, or if it's not an explosive? I mean, I don't know, because they're charged with this felony. But anyway, are they connected to the splatterpunks? We're going to be, and there were a few other incidents at other high schools that may have been connected to splatterpunks, and I'll be getting to that in a moment here. There's also this Redacted individual at Burger King referencing Lincoln High School in Denver. So 11:15 a.m., April 20th, Columbine shooting begins, supposedly, officially. At 1:30 p.m., April 20th, a gun with ammo is found in the trunk of a student's car at Kiowa High School in the Denver metro area. The owner, 17, tried to run away. Cops also said he may have threatened others and that he vowed revenge. And this is Denver Post, April 22nd, article titled How Tragedy Unfolded. I mean, how coincidental. I mean, just the coincidence stack is just a mile high here. All of this occurring the same day or within 1 or 2 days on either side. I mean, this is insane. And then there was the 8:50 p.m., April 20th, the theft of 4 handguns. And this is curious because supposedly one of these individuals was at Columbine High School during the shooting, and then that night they're involved in some kind of theft of handguns, possibly. I mean, that's, again, it was weird. April 21st, Colorado Springs, 70 miles south of Denver. Shannon Waltz and 3 other teenagers dressed as, quote, as Gothics in black trench coats and masks were charged with trespassing after a disturbance Wednesday afternoon at Coronado High School, end quote. Another report had them armed with firecrackers. 3 were students at another high school and 1 was a dropout. Denver Post, April 22nd, notes from somber days. So, I actually mentioned this earlier too. Were they really armed with actual weapons, and as part of this whole downplaying situation, they just pretended they weren't to prevent a panic? Because this is literally the day after Columbine. So Kennedy High, also nearby, the Denver area, Kennedy High School was shut down April 21st, the following day. A manager of a 7-Eleven near Kennedy High School sees 3 males, including one wearing a trench coat, tall, slender, long blonde hair, shoulder length, enter her store at 1:55 p.m. on April 20th. Acting strange and nervous. They deny any knowledge of what's going on at Columbine High School from Dana Bayless document 8,912. The manager of a 7-Eleven at South Wadsworth and Yukon has video of trenchcoat mafia members from Kennedy High School wearing trench coats on April 20th, 99. Other kids say there will be an incident at Kennedy High on April 21st, 99. Document 19,680. A potential link to students responsible for the massacre at Columbine High School triggered the shutdown Wednesday, April 21st, of Denver's Kennedy High. The boundaries of the 2 schools are adjacent. However, they said it wasn't a bomb or bomb threat that prompted the school's closure, along with the closure of all 10 Denver high schools. Denver Lieutenant Frank Connor said Kennedy was closed primarily because of proximity to Columbine. Denver Post, April 22nd, 99. So they closed all 10 Denver area high schools. Does anybody remember this I don't remember this. This is crazy. I definitely don't remember all these other reports of all these other incidents and bomb threats, real or fake, whatever the case may be, and all these other arrests and planned shootings. I mean, this is crazy. So clearly there was something else going on that caused the closure. Now, was it based off of the threats of kids in 7-Eleven? I mean, after a school shooting, then there's threats. I mean, that would probably be enough to shut down the school. Reported threat just because of what just happened the day before. I mean, they're going to take that seriously, because what if they don't shut it down and then it happens? I mean, that's just too insane. So you could understand why they would shut that down. But what information prompted that? I mean, clearly there was something. Kennedy High School student Aaron Ratliff's journal entry dated February 22nd, titled 56 Days to Classified Information. 56 days after February 22nd is April 20th, 1999. He said it referred to pot smoking. Does anybody believe that? Document 17,854. So let's look at the full document here. Interviewed Aaron Ratliff. Stated he does not know anyone at Columbine and had nothing to do with the incident. Reference 56 days to classified information. Ratliff stated that April 20th, 420, is a common code for people who smoke pot to meet, almost like a holiday for them. Ratliff advised he was at Scott Bowles' house when he heard of the shooting. Stated that he did not go to school on that day, and he had smoked pot with Scott Bowles, and Ryan, last name unknown, advised he did not know suspects and that their actions were wrong. That's kind of a weird thing to add in there. By the way, I thought they acted wrongly by shooting everybody. Like, would there be a need to say that unless there was some kind of guilt on his mind? Now, the guilt on his mind might not necessarily refer to knowledge, but if he does know the certain people and he lied about that could be the guilt side of it, even if he wasn't directly involved. However, who is this Scott Bowles, and is there a relation here to one of the alleged founders of the Trenchcoat Mafia in Columbine, Tad Bowles? Another curiosity remains uninvestigated. So supposedly there's Trenchcoat Mafia members actually caught on video at a 7-Eleven on April 20th. So Trenchcoat Mafia members from Kennedy High School. Another individual, Aaron Ratliff. Now, I don't know if it's ever been confirmed or even speculated whether he is a Trenchcoat Mafia member, but this is document 17,854. He claimed it referred to pot smoking. Now, why would he say 56 days to classified information? I mean, is smoking pot really that classified for high school kids? Especially stoned? I mean, that's not classified. That's kind of weird. I mean, see, if it was just that journal entry with nothing else, but there's supposedly Trenchcoat Mafia members at various high schools, including that same high school where this student has his journal entry, but we're not done yet. We're not done yet. There's another reference here. A 15-year-old Kennedy High School freshman was arrested May 14th, 99, for allegedly threatening to kill classmates and a teacher and blow up the Denver school. The youth allegedly told two students about detailed plans to handcuff those on a hit list to desks and, quote, blow their hands off or shoot them in the head, end quote. Police said, quote, he also said he was going to go in the hallways and start shooting other students. He said it was going to be Columbine all over again, end quote. This is mere weeks after Columbine. So there's three references to Kennedy here, which was also shut down. So there's a group of Trenchcoat Mafia members from Kennedy High School on video at the 7-Eleven at South Wadsworth and Yukon, April 20th, 99. and either them or other kids are stating that there's going to be an incident the following day. That might have prompted the shutdown of Kennedy High. Also, a Kennedy High School student, Aaron Ratcliffe, has a journal entry of all days, February 22nd, titled 56 Days to Classified Information. I don't know, is that weird? Then there's another individual, a 15-year-old, arrested in May, just weeks later, for threatening to kill classmates, blow up the school, and, quote, said it was going to be Columbine all over again, end quote. Does anybody find all these connections to Kennedy High School suspicious? Or is it just me? How do the most devout coincidence theorists explain all that? I mean, this is just insanity. But we're gonna get back to the splatterpunks in a moment. But let's just quickly go over Star Viego's rundown here of these incidents that I mentioned earlier. April 22nd, 99, 2 days after Columbine, Chesterfield, Virginia. Virginia Richmond Times-Dispatch, April 23rd, 99. 2 Manchester high school students were charged yesterday with conspiracy offenses in an alleged scheme to manufacture explosive devices and detonate them inside the 2,400-student school with the intent to, quote, to kill more than one person, end quote. The students, aged 14 and 15, were charged with conspiracy to manufacture explosive devices and conspiracy to commit capital murder. They're charged with conspiracy to commit capital murder and manufacture explosive devices. Chesterfield County Police said the stolen key and alleged bombing scheme at Manchester High School were not intended to copy the Colorado crimes. Instead, the 2 teens charged were making plans to manufacture bombs long before the Littleton massacre. So we have at least 3 different plots. Because this Virginia plots, they're also getting master keys from the school and making bombs long before Columbine. And then also in Michigan, there was 1 or 2 incidents where it's the same thing. They somehow got a master key to the school, blueprints, and were manufacturing bombs and planning for a minimum months in advance. Is this too coincidental for most people? This isn't just some pissed kid grabbing their parents' gun and going to school and, starting to shoot. This is not even in the same dimension as that. We're talking about months and months of planning, stealing master keys and blueprint. I mean, this is insane. We're way beyond a bridge too far now of coincidental. Now, there's also another, wow. So, yeah, Virginia actually had 2 incidents on the same day, also on the 22nd. The R.E. Lee High School in Staunton, Virginia. Reported in the Richmond Times-Dispatch, April 24th, 99. Police arrested a 14-year-old high school student Thursday on a bomb-making charge after a tipster alerted them to an apparent parallel with the deadly Colorado shooting. Prompted by news reports of the Littleton, Colorado massacre, someone in the Staunton area directed authorities to a webpage the local teen allegedly had set up, the city prosecutor said. R.E. Lee High School was shut down for 2 days in Staunton, Virginia area because a student had threatened bombing. He was arrested after a home search turned up a pipe bomb and a floor plan of the school. Wow. So there's 2 high schools in Virginia with floor plans and wow. I mean, this is just insane. After the arrest, the rumors were so wild that the school was shut down while it was searched. So the arrest occurred on April 22nd, but the website was created before April 20th. So, so we have 2 schemes with bombs and floor plans, possibly master keys in Virginia and Michigan. Then this Georgia incident, and then all these, what does everybody make of this? What does everybody make of this? Columbia County, Georgia? I can't get over that one. That's just crazy. Wait, what? There's a third... Whoa, what? Man, Star Viego did some homework. There's actually a 3rd incident in Virginia, in Richmond. So, Manchester, Staunton, and now this 3rd incident. So this is the Virginia Richmond Times-Dispatch, April 24th, 99. Petersburg, Newport News, and Culpeper. Students have been arrested on a variety of charges in Petersburg. Newport News, and Culpeper in the wake of the deadly shooting in Colorado that has focused attention on school safety. 5 students were arrested in Richmond, Virginia, and charged with conspiracy for contemplating a Columbine-style attack. In the Richmond, Virginia area, at least 13 students, so this is a follow-up, that was the 24th, in a follow-up article on the 30th, at least 13 students have been arrested in recent days for making various threats. One police official said, quote, "I've never seen anything that's quite taken on the hysteria that this has. Rumors just feeding on themselves," end quote. Okay, so these arrests, there's less details on. It might have, I guess it might have just been verbal threats, although it says the first arrests, the first 5, so there were at least 13 arrested afterwards, but the first 5 arrested supposedly were contemplating a Columbine-style attack. What does that mean? Were there actual plans in place? Because what is going on in Virginia? So we have 3 incidents with specific plans, bombs, and master keys being stolen, possibly, at least in one or 2 of them. And then there's also in 3 other areas, Petersburg, Newport News, and Culpeper, there's 13 other arrests. Now, the first 5 might have been more organized, and the others might have just been verbal. It doesn't state here. There's really nothing more on this. Is there anyone are there any Mindshock listeners in the Virginia area or who were living in Virginia at the time of Columbine and the days after who have any follow-up on any of this? Or possibly, ideally known people or knew people who knew the people who got arrested? Is there more to this? Were they also manufacturing bombs and on websites months prior to Columbine? Because this is really weird. Does anybody find this weird? This is the most mind-shocking episode yet, I think. I don't think I've had my own mind shocked this much on any other. Even in the Moore Murray series, it wasn't just this level of mind shock after mind shock after mind shock, because I thought the first time we went through the list was crazy. There's just so much more here. Let's keep going. So April 25th, 1999, 2 16-year-old males were arrested Thursday, April 22nd, 1999, for making bomb threats to Douglas County High School on April 21st in Castle Rock, Colorado, according to county officials. They claimed to be members of the Trenchcoat Mafia, officials said. Denver Post, April 25th, 1999, and also in the FBI Columbine document 1619. Quote, "Someone called the school about 11 a.m. Wednesday and stated, quote, 'This is the Trenchcoat Mafia, and there is a bomb in the building, detonation time 3 minutes,' end quote." That kind of does sound like a hoax, but investigators got tips from numerous parents and students implicating 2 boys. And a student and former student, Stucken Schneider, said. They were charged Thursday with making false reports of explosives and conspiracy, which are both felonies. Quote, "The reason we're pushing so hard for felony conviction on this is so we won't get so many hoaxes," end quote. Stucken Schneider said, Denver Post, April 23rd, 1999, and FBI document 1619. So this actually, let's not fall for false dichotomies. All these other events, they seem legitimate. This is the first one that just completely falls in line with it being very possibly a hoax. Detonation time 3 minutes. That is so hokey, like it's from a movie or something. And they specifically announce it's the Trenchcoat Mafia. If anything, supposedly if it really was young kids making that at the elementary school saying it was the Trenchcoat Robbers, like that makes it more believable, because if they're either mishearing or nervous about leaving it, that makes it more believable, maybe. Unless that's not even what the message said. Does anybody have a copy of it? Is that available? Or was that just downplayed? But this particular one, so Douglas County in Castle Rock, Colorado, 2 16-year-old males. Yeah, this very well might have been a hoax. This doesn't seem as suspicious as all the other ones. Maybe it wasn't, but it just doesn't seem as suspicious. Now, whether they were or weren't in the Trenchcoat Mafia, if they were in the Trenchcoat Mafia, and maybe they even knew some of the other members in other schools, were they just screwing around? Because obviously, maybe it's not obvious, but I would think that if there's this many Trenchcoat Mafia members all over the country, you have to think, I mean, not all of them are going to be super connected in the web. Not all of them might have known about this plan, or maybe they thought it was just a joke or whatever. And some of them are just screwing around. I mean, the trench coat mafia doesn't necessarily attract, the best and the brightest and the ones with the most integrity. Although, who knows. But yeah, this very well could have been a hoax. So I could definitely put that one in the possible hoax category. These other ones just seem too suspicious. But, all right, let's look at another date here. April 27th, 99, possibly earlier. Student found with pipe bomb at Dakota Ridge High School, document 18,665. The same student was arrested a couple of weeks later. So does this refer to the Splatterpunks or not? Also, Shane Newhouse, document 21,154, provided information on Redacted's criminal activity and Redacted's plans to attack Englewood High School. I mean, how many high schools were being planned to be attacked? I mean, this is just weird. Now, see, all these names are redacted here, so did they really know? See, again, did law enforcement, I mean, maybe it was the right call to cover all of this up, not specifically with Columbine, but all of these other events. Was it the right call to cover it all up to avoid panic? Because it actually is kind of terrifying that all of these random trenchcoat mafia kids were on the internet and coordinating attacks and planning for months and months. I mean, that's actually really terrifying. So I don't know if I could criticize law enforcement here for covering all of the other incidents up. I mean, obviously, any of the, victims, like in Columbine, they all deserve justice. So if there were other shooters, obviously, it's weird. It's like coincidence theorists don't believe in justice for victims. They just want to believe whatever's on the idiot box and pretend justice magically is always served no matter what. The truth, of course, is not afraid of investigation. So let's So here's where it's going to get really sketchy. So remember Faye Ray Holt? So this is April 30th of Westminster, Colorado, the mother of a former Pomona High School student that was arrested on false reporting and felony menacing charges for a bomb scare that forced the evacuation of the school. She is suspected of calling the school on April 28th, 99, claiming there were bombs in backpacks, saying, quote, "There goes your students, there goes your school. This is not a joke," end quote. Witness accounts led police to Holt. Arvado police spokeswoman Susan Rossi said. The task force investigating the Columbine shootings were called in to determine if it was connected to the events of Columbine, but police have discounted that, Rossi said. Authorities believe she was just unhappy with the school. Quote, "She had ongoing dealings with the school and felt her son did not get treated fairly," end quote, DA Dave Thomas said. So Star Viego added here, "I wonder if the name of her kid was Nalty, Ackard, or Brunetti." So is this connected to the Splatterpunks? Also, was it not a hoax? So first of all, see, if it really is her voice on there, did she truly believe that either her kid or possible associates really were planning something? And she called it in. She didn't care if it was going to be deemed a hoax as long as the school got evacuated so that her conscience would be clear? Is that what happened here? And in the midst of this vast cover-up, they just took her down anyway? And is that why some of her coworkers said the voice didn't match? Because they knew why she did it, and they knew she truly believed that the school was going to be attacked, and they didn't want to testify against her, and they didn't want her to be charged because she was just trying to save people in the school? Also, we don't know, was she a drinker? Was she drunk when she said, does that explain the phrasing of the words? Maybe she has mental issues. Even if she does, if she truly believed there would have been an attack, is that what she would have done? And what are her connections to not only the Splatterpunks, but all these redacted trenchcoat mafia members all over? What is going on here? I mean, there's just something seems off about the entire Holt situation. And, I mean, all these situations at all these schools in Colorado, at least, and some of these other states as well. Okay, so who's ready for an even greater mind shot? So this is quite some time later. This is January 1st, 2001. Rampart Range. Proving ground for teen killers, question mark. Unless there's another Rampart range in the Denver area, this shooting range was also used by another group of Colorado teen killers. The Operation Reconnaissance agents, who in January 1st, 2001, killed 3 people in rural Park County. The 3 teens involved were students at Palmer High School in Colorado Springs and reportedly used the range to test automatic weapons. The case has many interesting parallels to the Columbine shootings. Satanism, the study of military tactics, accusations of mind control, a charismatic leader, fascinations with knives and swords, etc., etc. I wonder if they closed the range to prevent it from becoming some kind of tourist attraction to conspiracy theorists. So, let's look at this. I never even heard of this before. Okay, so I'm assuming Star Diego is referring here to Isaac Grimes here. So here's an article, ABC News. Accused killer teen says victim was racist. July 25th, 2001. 4 Colorado teenagers facing charges in the killings of another boy and his grandparents carried out the alleged triple murder because they believed the young victim's grandfather was a racist, prosecutor said. Isaac Grimes, 16, told police he agreed to kill 15-year-old Tony Dutcher and his grandparents because he was on probation in a group organized by 19-year-old Simon Sue, and that was the only way he could get back in good standing with the others. He was scheduled to be arraigned on Tuesday, but was granted a postponement because his new lawyer asked for more time to review the case. According to the account, Grimes allegedly gave police he was a member of something called the OARA, which Sue told him was a paramilitary group with ties to the government of Guyana, where Sue's family was from. The members of the group were supposed to be good citizens, shunning alcohol, drugs, and racism. According to prosecutors, Grimes said that on New Year's Eve he went to the Dutcher's home in Guffey, Colorado, to camp out with Tony, who was a classmate of his at Palmer High School in Colorado Springs. Another member of the group, Jonathan Matheny, 17, drove Grimes to the Dutcher's home and dropped him off, promising to come back late that night to help kill the grandparents, according to Grimes, prosecutors said. Shortly after the 2 teenagers went off to a homemade lean-to about 200 yards from the Dutcher home, Grimes got behind the other boy and slashed his throat, according to the account. His throat had been slashed clear to the spinal column, and he bled to death, Park County District Attorney Investigator Leonard Post said. Shots through a door. Grimes said Tony Dutcher's grandparents, Carl and Joanna, didn't think anything was wrong when he came back to the house around midnight because the boys would often come back after spending just a few hours camping in the cold. At around 4 a.m., after Carl and Joanna Dutcher had gone to bed, Matheny returned, and Grimes let him in. Carl Dutcher apparently heard the noise and got up, and when he came into the hallway, Matheny shot him twice, according to Grimes' account. Joanna fled to the bathroom, but Matheny fired through the door 6 times, hitting her in the chest and head, Grimes said, according to prosecutors. The 2 then returned to Colorado Springs with 2 weapons they had stolen from the Dutchers and burned their clothing, a backpack, and other things that had been covered with blood in the incident, according to the teenagers' account. According to prosecutors, Matheny and Sue took the weapons used in the killings to the home of the 4th member of the group, Glenn Urban, 18, and he cut them up. Sue later showed investigators where he and Matheny hid the weapons. On Monday, Matheny was bound over for trial scheduled for December 3rd. He is accused of supplying the alleged murder weapons and shooting 2 of the victims. Victim of brainwashing, ? Grimes made his statements when he tentatively agreed to a plea bargain in the case when still receiving counsel from his first lawyer. His new attorney, J.B. Katz, said she is not sure they will go ahead with the plea bargain. His family has turned to Reverend Promise Lee, what a great name, to offer spiritual guidance to the teenager. Lee, who has visited Grimes in jail, said the boy only committed the crimes because he was brainwashed by what he described as a satanic cult. Quote, Isaac Grimes has been a victim of brainwash and mind control, and that's very, very clear, end quote, Lee said. Wow, I mean, this is really insane because what is going on in Colorado, and we're about to get into some serious satanic angles here. Yeah, this is really crazy. We'll be getting into this in future episodes. I'll be going more into the MK Ultra aspects, the alleged MK Ultra aspects of this case. But what is going on? So these teenagers allegedly also shot guns at Rampart Range? But let's continue Starviego's list here. Well, here's an interesting reference. So this is Denver Post, May 1st, 99 and May 18th, 99. Denver Police Lieutenant Frank Connor said the city has averaged 4 to 5 bomb threats a week, about half of which were school-related. Wow. So 2 or 3 school-related bomb threats. Since Columbine, they averaged 10 bomb threats per week, with about 75% of them school-related. So huge uptick. Interesting. April 23rd, 99, this is the one we went over before as well. Bellaire, Michigan. Police are investigating threats against students at Bellaire High School by students referred to as the Trench Coat Mafia. Police searched for computer equipment, firearms, and explosives, said Charles Coop, Antrim County prosecutor. Some kind of reference was made to somebody going out in a flash, Coop said. The term Trenchcoat Mafia was used by people providing information, Coop said. Whether a connection exists between this and the group in Littleton, Colorado is part of the investigation. See, that's how you phrase something. You don't just outright deny before the investigation is even complete. Police hope to determine if the alleged group in Bellaire had contact via computers with a Littleton group. Coop said references to the Trenchcoat group in Bellaire were made prior to last week's massacre in Littleton, Colorado, where 15 people died, including the 2 gunmen. So this is a very, very definitive claim here, and there's a source here. This is Traverse City Record Eagle newspaper, April 27th, 99. School Superintendent Barb Atkins said an assembly was conducted in school Monday for middle and high school students to reduce their fear in the wake of events in Littleton. Okay, so there's specific references to the Trenchcoat Mafia before April 20th in Bellaire, Michigan. So what do all of the goof coincidence theorists, the Dunning-Kruger crowd, who say that not only is the Trenchcoat Mafia fake, but that there's no other Trenchcoat Mafias? I mean, just how much evidence is required here? I mean, we're going through a mountain of evidence. We're not even done. All right, so let's go over April 24th, 99, Wimberley, Texas. So this is American Statesman. 5 juveniles were arrested Friday, April 23rd, 99, on charges for planning an attack on Danforth Junior High School in Wimberley. The 5 14-year-old boys had planned the assault well before Tuesday's massacre that left 15 dead at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado. Hayes County Sheriff Don Montague said, the Wimberley boys had been planning the attack since the first of the year and intended to kill fellow students and teachers, the sheriff said. So they've been planning this since January for months and months. I mean, this is crazy. A search of the school turned up nothing out of the ordinary, said authorities in this town of 3,000 people, 40 miles southwest of Austin, Texas. Montague said the alleged plot was similar to the Colorado high school rampage. Sergeant Alan Bridges said the 5 had already identified the classmates and teachers they planned to kill via hit list. A search of the suspects' homes turned up crude explosive devices and gunpowder, Montague said, as well as computer disks and internet documents about bomb making. Based on the statements given, it is clear that these young men were serious about targeting fellow students and teachers. In addition to the bomb parts, deputies and agents from the U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms found how-to instructions downloaded from the internet, officials said. Rumors flew around the school Thursday, April 22nd, 99, about a possible bombing incident. Police said although the students' plans were in the works, there was no date set for the bombing. Classmates described them as good kids who played football and ran track. So that's curious. So these are athletes here. And there's no reference to Trenchcoat Mafia in this Texas incident. So that's curious as well. On Sunday, April 25th, 99, Governor George W. Bush came to a gathering of 900 people at the school and urged parents to teach their children to value life. He also applauded officials' prompt response. When it comes to the lives of our children, every threat must be taken seriously, he said. How many children was he responsible for bombing in the Middle East? But yeah, let's stay on topic here. Okay, April 27th, 99, Taber, Alberta, W.R. Myers High School, shooter unnamed, 2 wounded, and 17-year-old Jason Lang dead. A homemade bomb was left behind on his bedroom dresser, along with a notebook sketching of dead bodies, devil symbols, and a scribbled note. The boy left W.R. Myers in September 98, 8 months before the shooting. He had his own webpage. He enjoyed role-playing games. The teen was a whiz kid who built a pinball machine and invented computer games. He designed computer games featuring animated characters shooting and killing each other. Does that sound familiar? Eric Harris, anybody? And it is curious. So this is April 27th, 99, where he carried this out. It doesn't state whether he was any connection to Trenchcoat Mafia or whatever. Now, is it possible that there were lone kids who just happened to connect with possibly Eric Harris, possibly other Trenchcoat Mafia members? They weren't specifically in a Trenchcoat Mafia, but they were somehow intrigued with this whole plot and decided to, and they were influenced by it to some capacity. Because we do have a homemade bomb, although he left it on his, he left it at home, though. Huh. April 29th, 99. Police say Enid High School in Enid, Oklahoma was evacuated Thursday, April 29th, after a teacher found a suspicious device in a box sitting inside a boys' restroom. Police Captain Nathan Morris says the box was rendered safe by state bomb experts and turned over to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms for examination. In Enid, Oklahoma, a school employee found a pipe bomb in a restroom of high school on Thursday. Classes were canceled for 1,400 students and state troopers disabled the device. So it was a legitimate device. Okay. And did they ever find out who planted it? Again, any Trenchcoat Mafia connections? Did that school even have a Trenchcoat Mafia? I mean, it's just insane how little information there is about all of this. Also, April 29th, 99, in California, a 13-year-old boy with a loaded handgun and a hit list of 30 names was arrested at school Thursday. Authorities pulled the boy out of class at Sierra Middle School in Bakersfield after classmates said they saw a gun under his shirt and saw him loading it outside. A 40 cal semi-auto handgun and 13 rounds of ammunition were found on the boy. Quote, "We certainly have a clear picture of what was in his mind, and there was no denial of his intentions." And, quote, Kern County Sheriff's Commander Don Youngblood said, "In the boy's backpack were 30 pieces of paper, each one with the name of a classmate or teacher, and a drawing in the words, quote, 'because they deserve to die,' end quote, scrawled at the bottom," Youngblood said. The boy's father was arrested for allegedly leaving the weapon on the floor of his closet where the boy had access to it, Youngblood said. Okay, this also seems like it very well could have been an isolated incident with no connection. Wow, here's a new one. So at some point before May 3rd, 99, in Fairpoint, New York, near Rochester, police confiscated gunpowder, propane, and bomb-making books at the home of a 12-year-old sixth grader who said that they said was plotting to blow up his middle school. I mean, that's kind of insane. I mean, 12-year-olds doing this? Did he have internet access? Like, how did he... So he had bomb-making books? Where did he get these books? And he's already having propane tanks and gunpowder? I mean, this is insane. Okay, so there is more information here on the May 3rd, 99 South Coast Early Childhood Learning Center in Costa Mesa, California, where Stephen Allen Abrams, 39, intentionally plowed into a crowd of children outside a daycare center, killing a 4-year-old girl and a 3-year-old boy, as well as injuring 5 more. He believed the government agencies had devised machines that, quote, "may even insert thoughts of killing," end quote. In interviews with psychiatrists appointed by the court, Stephen Allen Abrams repeatedly expressed disbelief at his own actions, while justifying them as the only way to stop the brain waves that flooded his mind. Quote, "I still don't believe I did it, that I could possibly do what I did. I'm not a killer. I love kids," end quote. In this interview with psychiatrist Scheffner, Abrams described dressing in military fatigues during psychotic episodes. The government was trying to reach him through television, radio, books, and magazines, he said. Their message? Kill. Quote, "They're gonna kill me, the brainwave people. They're assassins," Abrams said, according to the reports. "No matter what happens at the trial, I'll have to deal with them in the end," end quote. Supposedly, Abrams is still alive, though. Since December 26, 2000, he's been in California medical facility in Vacaville. Huh. So they didn't kill him, but he's in some kind of facility. Yeah, this is very, very weird. If there's a specific connection to Columbine or not, is there a connection to some kind of MK Ultra programs which have connections to Columbine? Okay, May 3rd, 99, Everett High School in Lansing, Michigan, where Monday a student hurled homemade chemical bombs on a 52-acre campus. It's kind of a hysteria. It has a mind of its own, a face of its own. It's taken on its own personality. I've never experienced it as a professional for 40 years, said Dale Glenn, principal. I can't find any more information on this either. It's unclear. Are there connections to Trenchcoat Mafia? Are there internet connections? What's going on here? But homemade chemical bombs, I mean, that's kind of a new one. May 4th, 99, in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. A 13-year-old went on a shooting rampage with a BB gun in 2 Toronto schools. 5 other youths were also charged. So are these like wannabes or what's going on here? But this kid, this 13-year-old went to one school, shot a bunch of people with a BB gun, then went to another school and shot a bunch of people with a BB gun? That's kind of weird. All right, so... yeah, wow. Okay. So, May 8th, 99, 4 former or current Adams High School students, less than 30 miles northeast of Columbine, were charged as adults with 6 felony counts each. Included attempted first-degree murder for allegedly plotting a copycat attack on the school. They had detailed plans and drawings, plus a map of the school, authorities said. Quote, police uncovered the alleged plot while investigating the teens in connection with a string of burglaries in Commerce City in the Denver metro area. David Robert Deering, 16, Derek Helquest, 15, Stephen A. Goldsberry, 16, and Kenneth Jacobitz, 15. The plans and maps were discovered after what police and school officials believe was an unrelated bomb threat during a traffic altercation early Friday. During the incident, a man threatened a motorist by saying a nearby elementary school would be blown up. Wait, what? There's some kind of road rage incident, and some guy saying, oh, an elementary school is going to get blown up? Now, not that he would blow it up, but an elementary school is going to get blown up? How is that a threat to the motor? What is going on here? This triggered a state of high alert throughout the school district. Police patrolled the grounds and roof. Meanwhile, an unrelated investigation into a series of burglaries in Commerce City yielded the plans of an attack. After school shootings began a couple years ago elsewhere in the U.S., the school district started intruder alert drills, with students locked in their classrooms and cameras sweeping hallways to identify any movement, Lange said. So how many cameras were in Columbine in the hallways? So Star Viego made a note of this, of these 4 arrests at Adams High School and this plan with detailed maps and drawings. I mean, this is on May 8th. So did they really do all that? Did they see? Okay, this is Star Viego's note. The most suspicious thing about this incident is how the media covered it up. Considering the proximity to Columbine, I am unable to find the disposition of the legal cases described as being modeled on the Columbine shooting. So it is unlikely it could have been planned before April 20th, but the fact that the burglaries may have been an attempt to obtain guns is another sign of the seriousness of the plans. Now, just because it was modeled after Columbine, how does that mean? What basis do they have for that? Because they could just say that. I mean, did they really do all that planning? I mean, maybe in just 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or is it more likely that they started the planning far earlier, like all these other school shooting plans? It is kind of strange how there's really no reference to this other than this one Denver Post article, Columbine Tragedy and Recovery, July 17th. There's literally a paragraph. The only other thing on it is that they could spend 100 years in prison for all these charges. That's really the only other piece of info. But other than that, one little paragraph, never spoken of again anyway, or reported anywhere. I mean, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. I mean, that's kind of huge, especially in the wake of Columbine. So if they are connected to other Trenchcoat Mafia members, and this was all planned months and months ahead of time, like all these other planned shootings in all these other states, again, is this some kind of just vast cover-up to downplay what happened? I mean, this actually almost reminds me of 9/11. Weren't there reports that I forgot the day of. So, because I remember watching the news. And there were some interesting pieces on the news that were never repeated again. That there was some kind of incidents or security, not that there was official hijackings, but there were reports of incidents at other airports, and that's why everything got grounded. Because supposedly there were plans in place in the middle of being executed, again, all allegedly. But this was what was reported. Supposedly the original plan was over a dozen targets or something like that, or even more. Is that the same thing that happened here? So here's a little bit more info on the West Palm Beach bomb incident, May 16th, 1999. West Palm Beach and federal authorities on Sunday were investigating a pipe bomb found at a Florida hotel where hundreds of students were arriving for their high school prom. A real nasty bomb was discovered Saturday at the entrance to the ballroom, Sheraton Hotel, West Palm Beach. Authorities said police defused the bomb, but its discovery prompted officials to immediately cancel the year-end dance. About 400 students from Palm Beach Lakes High had been expected to attend. The U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms agent Dale Armstrong said a very alert security guard at the hotel found the bomb as high schoolers were beginning to arrive. The guard became suspicious when he saw a shopping bag near the entrance to the ballroom at about 8:30 p.m. Armstrong said the pipe bomb was inside the shopping bag. It was a real nasty one, Armstrong said. He said the pipe bomb was filled with nails and other debris that could have inflicted serious injury had it gone off. ATF agents sent the device to a federal laboratory for further analysis. There was no bomb threat called in to alert authorities of the potential danger. Armstrong said authorities had no suspects in custody Sunday morning. This is from CNN. The bomb was found inside an indoor tree planter by the hotel's ballroom entrance. See, this is another one where it very well could be not connected. See, like some of these are just incredibly suspicious. This one and one or two other ones were not really that suspicious. If this was some kind of trenchcoat mafia coordinated attack, you would think there'd be more than one little pipe bomb. You'd think there'd be bombs planted all over. And who knows, maybe they did plan to show up and shoot up the place, but that's not necessarily consistent with all these other plans at the school. I mean, this is a Sheraton hotel. You would think they have more security. So this one could very well not be connected at all. I don't find it that suspicious in terms of connections. Although I guess they never found out who did it. So, wow. Did we go over this one? May 20th, 99. Another one in Georgia. T.J. Solomon, Conyers, Georgia Heritage High, 6 wounded. So he had written about planning it for a year. Upon handing the gun over, a teacher had convinced TJ not to kill himself. The barrel was in his mouth. He started crying hysterically and said repeatedly, quote, "I don't know why I did this," end quote. Are there connections to some kind of MK Ultra influence here and government handlers and all this? Because some of these shootings, obviously I'm not going to name which ones, some of these more modern shooters, there's just weird connections to psychiatrists and just government connections. It's just so weird. I did this because, well, I'm not sure. Ever since the shooting at Columbine in Colorado, all I've been able to think about is doing this. One big question I leave behind for you is why, said the note, read by Nicholson during a juvenile court hearing for Solomon. But for the sake of my brothers and sisters related to the trenchcoat mafia, those answers will have to remain out of the public eye? Let me read that again. So this was a note read by Nicholson. So this was during a juvenile court hearing. One big question I leave behind for you is to find why. But for the sake of my brothers and sisters related to the trenchcoat mafia, those answers will have to remain out of the public eye. So this is a second incident in Georgia, references to trenchcoat mafia, and written plans for approximately a year prior, so before Columbine. What does everybody make of this? I mean, this one is obviously suspicious. Now, he could have, I guess, just said that to connect to the trenchcoat mafia, because this is one guy. Supposedly he acted alone and there were no other people involved. But again, who knows? What was his internet activity? Was he connected to them via website or otherwise? An interesting note from Star Viego here is Project Bluebird was approved by the director of the CIA. Anybody want to guess the date? April 20th. 1950. Bluebird is the cryptonym for a CIA mind control program that ran from 1951 to 1953. I gotta ask JR about that one. We didn't go over Project Bluebird. So, a reference for this, Cedarville University, digitalcommons.cedarville.edu, they have an article here, Project MK Ultra and the Search for Mind Control, Clandestine Use of LSD Within the CIA. I mean, this is a paper here by Tanny Linville, Research in American History, April 28th, 2016. So, April 20th, 1950, Project Bluebird was created, sparking what will become various unethical research experiments conducted in the name of national security. So, this was a MK Ultra precursor. The desire to create Manchurian candidates, which are individuals that could be used to act in a certain way against their will for CIA use. This could be done in a variety of ways, however, hypnosis was the most enticing. The agency also sought ways in which spies could be detected, have their memories erased, and replaced with false memories. Psychologist G.H. Estabrooks of Colgate College in New York published works and spoke of ways in which hypnosis could create Manchurian candidates by the means of creating an artificial and reversible multiple personality disorder. While the U.S. desired to create these types of agents, there was also a push to develop ways in which undercover agents from enemy territory could be discovered. So, wow. Yeah, and this paper, I mean, really, really crazy paper here. I mean, there was use of drugs and all of these things. Is there a connection to Columbine? I am not claiming there is. This is, of course, Mindshock. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. The motto here is, of course, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But is it a curiosity that out of all the days in the year, April 20th just happens to be the day that Bluebird was launched? What are the chances that, these dozen or more serious attacks with plans, master keys, bomb making around Columbine, it's all coincidental? What is this? What is this? April 21st, 1999. Daryl Wayne Harris stabbed Robert Menendez during a satanic ritual, part of a group of 30 to 40 Satanists in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The ritualism provided the context under which the borderline was approached and then crossed into frank criminality. It is inevitable that the conclusion be reached that were it not for the ambiance with its implicit endorsement of deviance and its appeal to the blood senses, there would have been no criminal assault. If these two unstable young people were not indulging in blood rituals, it is more likely they could have continued to socialize without one going into a spasm of violence and trying to cut the other to pieces. The victim thought he was involved in one level activity and became an unwilling participant in another. Broward County Assistant State Attorney Alex Aurelia told ABCNews.com. It's an interesting name, Daryl Wayne Harris, April 21st, 1999, satanic ritual in Florida. There's Star Diego also put up this other incident, April 15th, 99, seemingly unrelated. LDS Church Family History Library, Salt Lake City, Utah, Sergei Baburin, 3 dead, 5 wounded. The shooting spree by the 71-year-old Russian immigrant began at 10:30 a.m. Police were on scene within minutes. It ended 90 minutes later when the gunman moved to a room adjoining the lobby and exchanged fire with officers before being fatally shot, police said. The .22 cal handgun was concealed in an umbrella prior to the shootings. He didn't say anything. He just came in and started shooting people, said Margaret Kane. Baburin calmly and methodically roamed the building, even stopping once to reload. I did not hear him say anything. He didn't call out, no names or anything. He just kept his hand held out, pointing at people. Witnesses said the gunman, wearing military fatigues, walked into the first-floor lobby of the library and began firing randomly with a small-caliber handgun. The gunman quickly fired off a dozen rounds. He came in the lobby and shot a lady in the head and 2 or 3 other men. According to a tourist at the scene of the shooting, the gunman appeared to be relaxed, passing by some people he could have easily shot. He barricaded himself in an office and exchanged gunfire with officers. That's when he was mortally wounded, Salt Lake Police Chief Ruben Ortega stated. The dead gunman's body was being held in an ambulance near to the scene as police investigated the possibility that he was wired with explosives. Comment, this is a strange one. Remember that the bodies of Harris and Klebold were thought to be booby-trapped also. He was not loaded into an ambulance until 45 minutes after being shot, according to one source. Reports of more than one shooter being involved. Officially unconfirmed information says there may have been a second gunman involved in the incident. Police describe the scene as tense and that the situation is still dynamic. So this was on Emergency Net News website before the event was over. Shots were still being fired up to 45 minutes after officers arrived on scene, leading police to believe there may be a second gunman. Police teams have been combing the building, investigating rumors that the second gunman was inside the genealogical library 2 hours after the shooting began. So is this like Columbine, where after they're dead, there's still reports of gunfire and all of the... I mean, this is kind of weird. There's no doubt that Babarin was an oddball. The authorities claimed Babarin had a history of mental instability, including paranoid schizophrenia, but had never been involuntarily committed by a court. Salt Lake Mayor Didi Corradini said Babarin was a schizophrenic and had not been taking his medication for the mental illness. According to Ann Blake Tracy, Babarin was violent because he had gone off antidepressants too abruptly. His only known brush with the law before Thursday happened in 1995, when Ortega said Babarin was arrested and charged with assault and carrying a concealed weapon after a fight at the ZCMI department store in downtown Salt Lake. Zelig said Babarin had confronted a 73-year-old man in a restroom, yelling something unintelligible, and tried to bite the man. Babarin was carrying a .22 cal Ruger then. He pled guilty to carrying a concealed dangerous weapon, was placed on probation, and was supposed to have turned in the gun. However, it was not known whether he did or whether it was the same gun he used Thursday. He would say, "Hail Hitler, Hitler was right, and I hate America," a neighbor said on Thursday at the apartment complex for the elderly where he lived. In May 98, a bicyclist told police that Babarin stuck an umbrella in the bicycle spokes as he rode by and accused him of being a spy. I mean, that sounds like something right out of a cartoon. Sticking an umbrella? So he's just randomly walking around with an umbrella, sticking it in bikes' wheels as people are riding by and accusing them of being spies. This is really weird. Lieutenant Mark Zelig of the Salt Lake Police said Mr. Babarin had thought his son Alex was a spy for the CIA. Also, in the weeks leading up to Sergei's day in the sun, he would accuse everyone around him of being spies. His son, his wife, even people walking past his windows. He lived with his wife at St. Mark's Tower, a home for the elderly. His family claim he was schizophrenic. They say he was diagnosed in New York during the late 80s, but Utah officials claim that he only suffered a mild case of depression. Sergei had stopped taking his medication a few weeks earlier, the reason why he thought it was poison. Sergei wore his usual getup for a walk in the city, which he took most days, a long coat and baggy pants, and a cap pulled low over his eyes. Neighbors said Babarin, who had lived in the U.S. 20 years, was often frustrated by his broken English. Not only did the events have certain parallels with a certain conspiracy to come 5 days later, it had other parallels with the Oklahoma Murrah building blast of 3 years earlier. A local TV station employee said a man matching the description of the suspect asked her for directions to the family history library earlier this morning. The man, who appeared to be in his late 50s, was bearded and wore disheveled clothes. This man drove a yellow moving truck, which was found early in the afternoon about 3 blocks away from the library. Also raising suspicion was a rental truck parked near the library. Several hours after the shooting, a police bomb squad destroyed a gasoline can they found in the yellow Ryder truck parked near the building because it has an explosives tag attached to it. What? This case is getting crazy. Police said the gunman apparently had no connection to a yellow moving truck parked 3 blocks away from the library and found to contain 2 55-gallon drums of gasoline. The truck owner, who had been at the library earlier Thursday and argued with an employee, was questioned at length, said Ortega, but was not believed to be involved in the shootings. At one point, police blew a hole in the side of the truck to inspect the interior. I mean, what is everybody making of this case so far? I mean, this is really, really bizarre. And the plot's about to thicken. So, out of all the places where this could have happened at this library, 2 groups of children, 89 from Vista Elementary in the Granite School District and 95 from Heartland Elementary in the Jordan School District, were just about to visit the library when the shooting occurred. What is going on here? So out of all of these places, the Family History Library, April 15th, out of all the possible days this random old guy is going to come shoot up a library, he's doing it on the day that 2 elementary schools are supposed to visit, while this other shady guy with a yellow van is asking about the location of this library with some kind of gas or explosives in the van or in the truck. What is going on here? Star Viego continues, once again, it appears that the rescuers were terrifying the victims as bad as the perps. Tour guide Jan Gao from Auckland, New Zealand, recalled the most frightening moment of the siege. Quote, the scary part was sort of being told to run like we've never run before, and as quietly as we could across the library, whilst we were being shielded by machine gun-toted policemen. He was protecting us in case the gunman came down onto the floor and we just had to run for our lives. End quote. That doesn't seem as bad as in Columbine when they were threatening to shoot the students when the police came in and told them they'd be shot if they didn't comply. I mean, this is just insane. And then conveniently, Ray Rivera, police chief, calls for tougher gun laws. Salt Lake Tribune, April 17th, 99, in the aftermath of this incident. Continuing on, at about the same time, there was also another act of public violence about a mile away where another elderly man was seen with a handgun in front of another library. Okay, I might have to be out of this now. I mean, what is going on? What the heck is going on? I mean, the level of coincidence that this is all unrelated. What is it with old guys and handguns at libraries, but only in Salt Lake City, Utah on this particular day? What is it with old guys and handguns in Salt Lake City, Utah on only the day of April 15th, 1999? When school children are scheduled to go to this particular library. So this is another library. This researcher circumstantially links him with Babarin and then links the 2 to Columbine. So this is from a website since deleted. Wait, what? This is actually David Icke Magazine. I didn't know he had his own magazine. Truth, Freedom, Knowledge, Wisdom. April 15th, 99, The Second Gunman. This isn't by David Icke himself. It's called David Icke E-Magazine. And it is archived from davidicke.net. An unknown man, about 60, commits public suicide a mile from the site of the Mormon Library on the plaza separating the old court buildings, which have since been demolished, the county sheriff's complex, and the city library. Although the rampage at the Mormon Library made national news, the cop convention on the plaza received not so much as a syllable of coverage by even the local media, which gets very interesting when you recall the initial reports from that morning of 2 suspects. Man is depressive, 45 cal pistol used. Man's backpack contained an additional but not excessive quantity of ammunition. A maintenance worker for the library revealed that S2 was observed sitting for some time, possibly an hour or more, where he eventually died. Now step back and admire the symmetry of the bigger picture. On one side of the mountains, Utah, we have 2 elderly shooters targeting libraries. On the other, in Colorado, a few days later, 2 teenagers assaulting their high school, with most of the fatalities occurring in the library. The events are like bookends, not only geographically, but generationally. Picture the psychological trauma for the rest of us. Each incident taken separately is bad enough. It would have seemed like we were caught in a crossfire of our old people and our youngsters. In such an environment, no one could be considered harmless, no one safe. Approaching his target area, subject 2 falters for reasons unknown, and then does himself in after a period of agonized indecision. Enter the authorities, who decide to serve the public interest by keeping this sad sequel under wraps. With media complicity, the second subject event is simply allowed to die on the plaza. Okay, what is going on here? Wow, this is actually completely bizarre. I mean, I don't know if I've ever had my mind shocked to this extent in doing this show over the past few years. I mean, we're not even done. We're not even close to done. But already, I think my mind has been shocked more here than ever before. So they have old guys. Are they MK Ultra'd? And did this other old guy, did this second subject, was he about to open fire on the cop convention in the plaza? Or the other library, or the city library? Either way, or the court, whatever. He sat there for 2 hours and then killed himself instead of doing what? I mean, that's a weird place to shoot yourself. I mean, I guess it's theoretically possible he went there to kill him. I mean, I don't know. But if this was a second planned shooting, I mean, what does this mean? And then did he not get MK Ultra'd proper enough to the point where he just shot himself instead of going through with it? Is he struggling between these multiple personalities? If this is an MK Ultra situation, I'm not alleging it is, but if it is. And that is kind of weird. On just opposite ends of the mountains here, we have these old guys and then these teenagers committing these atrocities at libraries. And then the other coincidence regarding this guy with a yellow truck, gasoline cans with explosives tags attached to them, asking for directions to the exact library and arguing with people in it. And there's 2 elementary schools that were supposed to be at that library. Does anybody find that a little too coincidental? That out of all of the libraries, the one that's about to be visited by 2 different elementary schools is the one targeted? Does anybody find this weird? And of course, this is something coincidence theorists, authority worshipping cultists, all these clueless goofs can't comprehend. Things don't always go according to plan. In fact, people could argue they rarely do. So, what does this mean? Are some of these just botches, or if the MK Ultra didn't take properly, or as it was supposed to? Like, what is going on? And why was all of this swept under the rug as well? Like, does anybody even remember this? I mean, this is just a few days before Columbine, also coincidentally. Oh, wow. Document 17,619, yet another case. Brian Crooks, what an interesting name. JCSO, in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. It was reported that a kid wearing a black trench coat to school told students they had to wear yellow armbands in support of the shooting. I'm assuming this is referencing Columbine, or they would be shot the next day, April 23rd, 99. The individual was caught with a pipe bomb in his backpack. Wow. All right, let's go to another interesting forum, AboveTopSecret.com. I mean, this used to be a lot more referenced. I mean, is it that popular anymore? It used to be so popular back in the day. I mean, I'm looking through it right now. There's still posts on it. People are still posting, but it used to be like one of the main staples in the conspiracy world, but I actually haven't heard anybody talking about it recently. But there's a thread here, Columbine/many shooters. I'm actually not even sure we went over this account, but it references 2 completely separate groups of shooters. Document 3,854 heard kids talking about 2 separate groups of shooters, one speaking German, the other speaking English. So there's up to 6 shooters and a separate driver. Documents referenced here, 1262, 654, 653, 750, 3130, 3433, 4677, 2183, 2189, 2242, 2222, 4931, and 2185. So, and this is posted on the above top secret forums February 19th, 2004. And they, of course, reference everything went over, everything from an overweight shooter to all the various different descriptions of people clearly not Eric Harris, Dylan Klebold. And I think we did go over Christian. They reference Star Viego's posting on this forum as well here. He dropped a couple of quotes here. Christian LaPlante, father of Columbine High School student Jennifer, quoted in the extradailynews.com. April 23rd, 99. We can't be that stupid to think it was just these two kids. 2 adults couldn't have done this. That's interesting. So that's from a father of one of the kids. Who knows what she told him as well, that she may have not wanted to talk. I mean, that's one of the damning things, too. We have actual accounts that we went over, again, check out the previous episodes, of parents not even allowing their kids to be interviewed, specifically stating that the kids were afraid they wouldn't be believed regarding what they saw. Because, of course, the official narrative on the Idiot Box being that there were only 2 shooters. And good on those parents for not exposing their kids to these corrupt scum agents, intimidating these victims of a shooting. These, you know, they've undergone such a trauma, and then these scum investigators telling them they didn't see what they saw and intimidating them. I mean, this is just, I mean, it's just so unconscionable. I mean, that's one of the most unconscionable aspects of this whole case, about how these corrupt and or incompetent scumbag investigators are intimidating high school kids that went through, you know, one of the most traumatic events anybody could possibly go through. So, yeah, good on some of those parents who shielded them from these corrupt scumbags. Channel 7 News, 12 p.m. noon, April 20th. Reporter said that numerous witnesses he spoke to who were not named said they saw 3 gunmen at once. And, of course, we went over that as well. Joe Marshall. I mean, I'm not going to go through all of these documents. Did we go over Amy Terry's account? Document 2207. She was told... Yeah, I think we did. She was told by friend Alicia Encinias that she was in the Commons when 2 or more trench coaters with masks came in shooting, running up the stairs. She saw 4 people in trench coats coming in through the glass doors at the west end of the main hallway. So there's 2 trench coat mafia members with masks in one area shooting. Then she saw another 4 coming in through the glass doors. It doesn't say that they wore masks. So 4 unmasked trench coaters and then 2 masked trench coaters. That's already 6 right there. There was actually quite a few people who specifically saw 6. Huh. Seth Biggie, document 2475, was told by Courtney Shakowski she saw 4 or 5 trenchcoat mafia members enter the cafeteria with a big black duffel bag. But Shakowski's interview, document 1157, only refers to 5 possible suspects in the parking lot. And let's not forget, a lot of these people, they said their reports were altered. And that's not what they said in the typed up reports that have been released. And then, of course, there's tons of interviews missing. Coincidentally, I'm sure. It's weird how none of the innocuous ones are missing, but the ones that specifically state very, very damning things that running completely counter to the official narrative on the Idiot Box, those are the ones that are just not available. Matt Katzenmeyer, document 5745, saw 4 subjects carrying bags. And so numerous people saw 4 individuals carrying bags. Not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 individuals carrying bags. And then we also went over all these accounts where all the students talked to each other and they all believed that there were 4 or more involved. Wow, here's a damning one. Camille Campbell, 7,446. So apparently it was reported, I guess, that she denies having Columbine High School friends who told her about 4 shooters, 2 of whom discarded their trench coats and fled into the crowd. And is that why SWAT was so adamant everybody hold their hand? Because they had some kind of solid intel that the other shooters that were still in the school were blending in with the students? Is that why they did that? I mean, it really seems like SWAT was operating with some definitive information that there were other shooters still running around by the time they went in. And then, of course, we have all of these accounts from police officers. Even up to 11:35 p.m., another SWAT team entered the Columbine High School for another search. They were advised that 2 additional shooters might still be in the school. Littleton PO Mike Iman, document 8670, advised that there were possibly 4 suspects in the school. And I'm not going to, I mean, there's literally, again, here, 4 to 6 suspects they're just reported by dozens and dozens of people. We went over 100 accounts in the previous episodes. Wow. I don't remember this statement from DPO Depew, document 7999. Depew stated that he felt that there were additional suspects hiding out in the outer perimeter, communicating with the shooters on handheld radios. That's curious. And then other people here are also reporting they watched the news and they were reported over 6 shooters were reported on the actual live coverage. Now, I did in episode 15, I posted all of the surviving coverage that I could find from the news, so you could check it out. But apparently there were so many news reports that were just scrubbed, never to be seen again, that mentioned some really damning information. So here's an interesting post by Starviego going back to the splatterpunks and other possible connections. I mean, yeah, that whole splatterpunk thing, that never quite sat right either. There's just something weird there. So here's Starviego's post here. There's a lot more to those splatterpunks that the media didn't mention. To wit, 1, who are the splatterpunks? They are Matt Nolte, document 7543, Matt Accard, and Jim Brunetti, document 7434. Early reports had one of the splatterpunks being identified as Matt Christensen instead of Matt Nolte, I believe. Neither Christensen, if there is such a person, or Accard has an interview in the 11K. 2, did they go to Columbine High School, and if so, when? That's a good question. Nolte admits he used to live in the area 8 years before. He is named on a list of Harrison Klebold Associates, document 9798, and he had no trouble finding Columbine High School or a place to park when he drove himself and his cohorts to the scene from Broomfield across town. According to Mr. Chicota's interview, see below, the tall splatterpunk with the bad teeth said he used to go to Columbine High School. In addition, according to JCSO Schweiderman, the splatterpunks were pointed out to him by students being evacuated from the school, saying that they are either the suspects or friends of the suspects. Document 8096. I mean, that's kind of crazy. So students were saying that they were involved? That's weird. Also, Columbine High School student Sarah Roseberry, document 4210, saw 3 subjects in the main hall of Columbine High School at 7:30 a.m. wearing camo. So just maybe they were familiar with Columbine High School and Columbine High School was familiar with them. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much going on that morning and so many sightings of all these random individuals who don't even currently attend Columbine in trench coats and camo. I mean, that's kind of weird. I mean, what do all the coincidence theorists think about that? I mean, it's kind of weird. 3, what is their claim to fame? Getting arrested on national TV probably around 2 p.m. At least some early media accounts and many eyewitness statements said the shooters were wearing black jackets and specifically camo pants. Exactly what the splatterpunks were wearing. Sheriff John Stone, quote, they heard it on the radio. Well, it wasn't on the radio at the time, which, if true, means they lied to the cops about what they were doing there. No wonder he called them his best leads. Their alibis are kind of shaky. They either rely on themselves or close family members, which is a pattern among many of the trenchcoat mafia. Even if they didn't fire any weapons, it looks as though they may have had foreknowledge, according to Onlooker. Cork Chakota, document 7462. The three approached him in Clement Park and told him they had friends at Columbine and wanted to help. Mr. Chakota got the impression after a few minutes that the friends they were referring to were the perpetrators, not the victims. One of them said the shooters were doing it to, quote, get even, end quote. Chakota advised investigator Eaton that the three males told him that they communicate with their friends, the ones they came to help, often, and that they knew something bad was going to happen at Columbine High School. They said they knew these guys, the suspects, and they knew this was going to happen because they talked to each other on the internet all the time. They also advised the suspects were very angry at students because of the way they treated them. Chakota, document 18,274. So this gut instinct of Chakota is also curious. Like, he knew something was up with them. So Chakota, document 19,307, saw the splatterpunks in Clement at noon. If true, this would explain Sheriff Stone's remarks. So yeah, so were they the same ones seen inside the building as well? See, if they were involved in the shooting in some way and they were in the school, then they ran out to Clement, and then what? They pretended not to be involved because they thought that would be less suspicious than if they just fled via car? Investigator Eaton, Dwayne Eaton, Arvada PD, advised that Nolte that he had received numerous tips that Nolte, Brunetti, and Accard were claiming to be members of the Trenchcoat Mafia and planning to cause the same type of incident which had occurred at Columbine at Pomona High School, document 7,549. Huh. So this lead was assigned by the FBI, not by Jeffco. What does that mean? Continuing on here, those are leads I'd like to see. That is the only reference to these tips in the 11K, document 7,543. Elsewhere, 7,434, it says that the splatterpunks have numerous friends at Arvada Senior High and often socialize in the area of Arvada Senior High, even though they told Mr. Chakota they attended Wheat Ridge High School. So, I mean, this is quite a few different high schools they're being associated with. I mean, is this Trenchcoat Mafia just at so many different schools and they all frequently associate with each other? For whatever reason, they were released fairly quickly, it seems. Matt Lorenz, document 1505, says he saw them walking near the public library, looking at people and grinning. He recognized one of them when they appeared on the Sally Jesse Raphael show 10 days later. And does all these people appearing on talk shows, I mean, is this all some kind of an MK Ultra CIA media operation to kind of paint a certain narrative? Jonathan McMaster, document 3721, says one of his friends, Tyndall, saw them walk past his house on cell phones. One ID'd as redacted, oddly enough. So they had cell phones. Interesting. Not that people didn't have cell phones in 99, but not everybody had a cell phone in 1999. Ken Greenwald, 748, is a security guard at the Swedish Medical Center. He saw the three splatterpunks exit their vehicle. Columbine was already on the news at the time, and he sees them being arrested on TV. Unfortunately, he does not give a time. Later, he sees them re-enter the vehicle and, quote, raise their fists in the air and wave them towards the school as if they were happy about what happened, end quote. Also, Nolte told officers that they had friends, document 7544, or casual acquaintances, 7549, at Columbine High School. Too bad they were never pressed to come up with actual names. Document 9798, Matt Nolte is listed along others on a list of Trenchcoat Mafia members described as associates of Harrison Klebold. The list was compiled April 21st, 99. Document 17,327, a card was allegedly present outside the school prior to the shooting. So they're there prior, during, and after? That's weird. Document 17,328, Matt Accard is a Pomona High School student who wears a trench coat to school. And now we're going to circle back to Pomona. Document 17824, West Metro fire investigator Dave Green advised Pomona High School students, redacted and redacted, were arrested on April 17th, 99 with explosives. Also, within the past month, redacted was contacted in the early AM hours at Pomona in fatigues, claimed to be on maneuvers. But there is no connection with this investigation, Columbine. So, was one of the splatterpunks arrested 3 days prior in fatigues with explosives? So this is Star Viego's comment here. Let's see now. Who probably goes to Pomona High School and likes to wear fatigues? Oh yeah, it's the splatterpunks. One or more of them is arrested 3 days before the attack with bombs. Then they show up outside Columbine on April 20th, and it's all just coincidence. Note, Pomona High School was also evacuated either the 21st or the 27th because of a phony bomb threat. No bombs found. Wow. So, okay. So at Pomona, I mean, this is just insane. So one of the splatterpunks goes to Pomona, wears fatigues and a trench coat. Not just fatigues, not just a trench coat, but both. He's arrested or if this is the same guy, or one of his associates, is arrested 3 days prior with explosives. Then shows up at Columbine if it's the same guy. He's there before, during, and after the incident. And then there's also threats the day after, from the day after to the week after, and an evacuation of Pomona. And yet we are to believe that none of this is related. Okay, it's about to get even crazier. So document 17,864. According to an unnamed listener of KOA Radio, library witness Brian Anderson was interviewed and said that the splatterpunks were involved with the delivery of pipe bombs. I mean, that's kind of crazy. So if that's true, is one of the splatterpunks the same guy that got arrested with bombs 3 days prior, was present before, during, and after at Columbine, possibly even participating in throwing bombs and or shooting, or both? And so Brian Anderson is stating that the splatterpunks were involved in the delivery of pipe bombs. Once again, this is document 17,864. Okay, from the FBI report, document, well, creepy number, 1,666. Christensen said he once lived across the street from Columbine. Matt Christensen ID'd as Matt Nolte since his appearance on the Sally Jesse Raphael show. Is that true? Document 13,394. Matt Nolte wrote in a student's yearbook at Stanley Lake High School, "Death is coming for you." I mean, I don't know. That might be one of the least related things, because if these people are just always writing creepy stuff, I mean, that doesn't really mean... That's not as damning as, you know, that one guy with 56 days until classified. I mean, that was weird. Document 13,447. A parent who worked at the John Elway auto dealership of one of the splatterpunks, who was a 97 Columbine grad, was told by his son that, quote, he had been invited to the school to witness something big by either Harris or Klebold, end quote. Parent later says it was all a big mistake, though he says his son was a trenchcoat mafia associate. Wow. So the splatterpunk that went to Columbine, their parent, said that he was invited to the school to witness something big by Harris or Klebold. Again, document 13,447. Then, after all the narrative changes, he's either intimidated or just told to change his story. All of a sudden, it's a big mistake and that never happened. I mean, this is just bizarre. This is just absolutely bizarre. But all of this mountain of evidence just clearly points to not only knowledge, but direct complicity to so many other parties. And it's weird how triggered a lot of these gullible goof coincidence theorists and authority worshiping cultists, like they just get completely triggered and their brains go haywire that something wasn't as reported on the Idiot Box, even though it was reported initially. They have to pretend whatever the current official narrative is, that's what has to be the truth. It can't be the initial narrative or the initial reports. And these goofs just get so triggered at the very notion that anybody could have even known. It's just so weird. It's just so weird. They're that mentally weak and incapable of any kind of critical thought. Okay, document 13,511. Paintball store employee in Englewood, Colorado, says that Harrison Klebold and 2 or 3 others came into his store 1 to 2 weeks before April 20th. Others were possibly the splatterpunks seen in Clement Park. So there's no positive ID, but does this paintball store have a security camera? That would be interesting. Because did Harrison Klebold actually go into the store with those specific splatterpunks? Interesting. Document 13,626. Matt Accard is good with swords. Like a lot of the Trenchcoat Mafia, he shared a fascination with knives and swords. A Pomona high school student says Accard talked of blowing up jocks and shooting them and how to make bombs back between September and October 1998. Accard was kicked out of school. So that's at Pomona. So our 2 of them went to Pomona. One was the one that still goes to Pomona was arrested 3 days prior and also present at Columbine. This is weird. Here's a very interesting post by a user named Mayette, April 12, 2005. Finally, some logic here. The burden of proof should be on the authorities to prove that there was just the 2 shooters they have said there was. Had the shooters lived and pled not guilty, all of these witness statements would have been brought up in a court of law, and I don't think anyone would believe that there were just 2 shooters after reading all of the material, all of the documents. That's an excellent point by Mayette. Because all of this was swept under the rug, and even with all of the witness intimidation, the amount of truth that still came through, and you got to respect those few students that refused to be coerced and told that they saw Dylan Klebold instead of Perry when they explicitly said they saw Perry. They knew both of them. They knew exactly what they looked like, etc., etc. And, there were a few of these students that just refused to be bullied by these scum trying to intimidate these traumatized teenagers. So props for all those, but the amount that still slipped through the cracks, this post by Mayette is just, this should be stickied everywhere. Because a lot of these coincidence theorist goofs, they say, oh, there's no evidence of multiple shooters. There's a mountain of evidence. How could, the only thing there could be more evidence was actual video, which of course, then they claim the security cameras don't exist that clearly existed. I mentioned all of the different security cameras. I still don't know if there was one directly in the library, but there was one in the library hallway. There was also one in the administrative offices. And there were sighting, so you'd be able to see if shooters were coming in from the front entrance, etc., and in the library hallway. And if they had released all of the security footage, you would also be able to see them whether they were upstairs in the hallway and different shooters in the cafeteria, etc., etc. So that's the only way to have even more. The amount of evidence already is so overwhelming. The only way to have more would to be release the security footage that has not been released. And then again, who knows what's really on the basement tapes, on the full version of the basement tapes. Did they really name other accomplices? Wow, here's another interesting post. We didn't go over this specifically. Templarum posted, the only real cover-up at Columbine that has some authenticity to it is the theory that several students hiding in the library were actually killed by the authorities. 2 teams of police who were sweeping the building fired at one another, thinking the other were suspects. Unfortunately, some kids in the library were caught in the crossfire. That's kind of crazy, too. Is that why there was some funny business with moving of the bodies? They wanted to cover that up. But again, let's not fall for false dichotomies. There could have been multiple shooters, and the police also caught other students in a crossfire. Star Viego actually has an excellent summary here. My gut feeling is that Columbine was supposed to be one of several different school attacks on or around April 20th. An investigation would have revealed they were a bunch of Satanists coordinating their attacks via the internet, which would have led to calls for government to monitor the web. If about 100 eye and ear witnesses that attest to the presence of more than 2 shooters isn't proof enough, I don't know what is. By the way, would it help if I told you Harris's and Klebold's fingerprints weren't found on any of their weapons and gunshot residue tests were not released? So that's very curious because, yeah, I mean, this whole thing is obviously very scary, but if all of these attacks really were coordinated and carried out simultaneously, like let's say there were those other, 15 highly coordinated school shootings and bombings, how much easier would the public go along? Like most of the normies, the gullible goof coincidence theorists, would they more willingly go along with more restrictive gun control measures if, let's say, in those 1 to 2 weeks, there were tons and tons of shootings and many more people dead? I mean, the shock effect on that, yeah, and then for whatever reason, what's kind of weird? Were there good guy infiltrators? Like, were there good FBI agents or whatever? Were they good guy infiltrators that actually covered this all up for a positive reason to prevent that from happening and to downplay the panic? That's an interesting wrinkle we haven't discussed here, but this is Mindshock, where we try to go over every single possible theory. I might have to start to lean to that because that kind of makes sense, because it looks like that original government plan, whether it was MK Ultraing, Manchurian Candidate, kids, or like there were handlers on the internet like coercing these kids in the websites and all that. If that was the original plan, so there's, evil and good forces within the government, were the few good guys, did they kind of intercept this plan and they orchestrated this conspiracy to an extent for the greater good? So this episode's getting kind of long now. I mean, I guess maybe for Mindshock, some don't consider it that long, but we're not going to get to the satanic stuff. I'll cover that in the next episode, but there is one more critical point I wanted to go over. The fact that 18 students were told not to return to school post-Columbine. Now, why would that be? Do any of the coincidence theorists have any guesses? So let's go to Everlasting Contrast. It is a blog on Columbine. A lot of interesting tidbits of information here, with also obvious references to the documentation. So here is a post on Melissa Souter. I don't know how much we went over her prior. This is labeled here on this blog, Dylan's Dismissed Dauntless Damsels. I mean, this person really has a way with words. Jamie Lydia Schaffner, document 4412, freshman at Columbine High School, stated that she was not a member of the Trenchcoat Mafia and did not consider herself to be an associate of the group. She admitted that she wears black t-shirts often, but they are mostly of rock bands on tour with their concert dates and locations on the back. The only Trenchcoat Mafia members she knew were Harris and Klebold. She knew Klebold as an acquaintance. They would occasionally walk around the school together, but she did not see him away from school setting. She recalled one day when she was with him and a few of his friends outside of the school at a designated smoking area. Klebold was given a test from an unknown magazine regarding normalcy. The test indicated that Klebold was normal, and Schaffner said she was surprised at the result. She stated she thought Klebold was strange because he always wore sunglasses. Klebold had told her that he was paid between $200 and $300 for his sunglasses. One day at school, he was at school and appeared very depressed, and he told her it was because he broke his sunglasses. She described Klebold's normal attire as black concert t-shirts and his black trench coat. Klebold once told her he wanted to buy a bright red leather jacket. Klebold never gave her any indication that he was planning or capable of committing the attack on the school. Schaffner said she was in the Commons on the day of the attack at the school. She said she was lying on the floor of the Commons to the left of the stairs with Melissa Souter. Document 4500. Anti-threat policy, a harsh lesson. Denver Post staff. writer, October 22nd, 1999. So this is in the Denver Post article. The 17-year-old Columbine high school student arrested this week isn't the only one at the wrong end of the Jefferson County School District's new zero tolerance policy. I'm assuming they're talking about Eric Vake here, but anyway, in another case of students reporting on students, Columbine sophomore Jamie Lydia Schaffner, 15, was issued a ticket in September by the sheriff's deputy stationed at the school. Her crime: some freshman girls told administrators that Schaffner and Eric Harris said Eric Harris was still alive, that she wanted to marry him, and that he left her here to, quote, finish the job, end quote. Lydia, a proud goth who takes her nickname from the Winona Ryder character in the movie Beetlejuice, but not a member of the Trenchcoat Mafia, denies it. Quote, all I told them was how I met Harris and Dylan Klebold, Lydia said. I told them they were nice guys and I never thought they would do something like this, end quote. Lydia and the Columbine senior arrested Tuesday for allegedly threatening to, quote, finish the job, end quote, started by Harris and Klebold, are two kids with firsthand experiences of the school district's tough stance against threats, even perceived threats of violence. In these nervous post-Columbine days, Jefferson County school officials are swooping down on any threat. Kids can accuse others by telling teachers using an anonymous tip box at the school or by calling a hotline overseen by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. But critics argue that perhaps some students have become victims of this policy, that teens already considered outcasts are being further cast out based on another student's allegations. It amounts to high school McCarthyism, said Denver lawyer Grant Marylander. It's the willingness on the part of school administrators, school boards, and teachers to rely upon what might otherwise be unverified claims made against students who are unpopular for whatever reason, Marylander said. The school district defends the policy, saying the horror of 15 deaths at Columbine High on April 20th is enough proof that it is needed. Whether a person makes a threat or says something to friends, we have to take these things seriously. That's standard practice articulated by the events of April 20th, district spokesman Rick Kaufman said. Yeah, but here's the thing. There's a difference between investigating to see if there is a threat and simply issuing tickets, arrests, and all this if there is no actual evidence, just a hearsay situation. There's a huge difference between those two things. A third and similar case is pending. The parents of Melissa Souter, a Columbine sophomore, filed a notice in August that may sue the school district for barring the then freshman from classes last year at Chatfield. The district said Melissa was overheard by other students saying she was glad people were killed during the shootings and that maybe she would have helped Harris and Klebold carry out their plan. She denies she said it. You know, here's the thing, though. I mean, is freedom of speech not a thing? Or, again, dark humor, it's a way for people to cope, even innocent people who are grief-stricken. There are some people who process grief by making what many would claim are severely inappropriate comments, but that's their own way of coping. So there's a difference between that and any actual evidence that there's any kind of violent threat or anything to that nature of actually carrying anything out. There's a huge difference between that. Like in the case of Harris and Klebold being reported with actual pipe bombs and all these things, that's a lot different than them saying things about killing people or whatever. I mean, a lot of high schoolers say that, you know, there's just nothing behind it. There's a huge difference between those two scenarios. One day last fall, Souter was called to the dean's office after she was late to one class. He asked me what I think about all day at school, Souter says. So I told him I thought about blowing up the school. The school made me that angry. He told me I was suspended for a day and called my mom. This is kind of a weird situation, though, because he asked her what she thought. She didn't make a threat. She just said what she daydreamed about. Is there any indication that she was actually going to do anything, or that it was even a direct threat of any kind? I mean, kids daydream about killing and blowing things. I mean, there were actual students who made videos about blowing up the school, and they were all good in the years prior. But apparently, answering a question is grounds for suspension. That's kind of weird. I mean, obviously, we don't know what that's her side of the story. Who knows what the principals would say, but yeah, that's a weird situation. This year, the Souders are working with Columbine administrators to work out an educational plan for Melissa. Both Melissa and Lydia were among 18 students asked by the district last year to seek homeschooling and not return to school after the shootings. Some of them were friends of Harris and Klebold. See, isn't that a blatant violation of everybody's right to an education, especially to their parents who are paying taxes? And why would they be asked not to return? See, if they actually violated any kind of policy, yeah, maybe they get some kind of detention, suspension, whatever. But to be asked never to return again, especially, what about all these other students who allegedly there was no actual incident? They're supposedly were just asked because they were friends of the shooters? That's kind of weird. Does anybody else find that kind of weird? Particularly, these two girls were actually present at the, this is kind of weird. This whole thing is kind of weird. Melissa and Lydia are self-described outcasts, but not members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. They're also friends. As she tells it, Lydia was sitting in the Commons area on Friday, September 3rd, just a month into the new school year. The other girls, new to the school, asked her if she knew Harrison Klebold, despite her protests that she didn't say what the girls recounted. Administrators reported Lydia to Neil Gardner, the sheriff's officer at the school. Gardner issued a ticket writing that Lydia, quote, did unlawfully impede the faculty of Columbine High School through the use of intimidation when force and violence are threatened, end quote. What? Is there any actual evidence of that other than hearsay? This is insane. The school suspended Lydia, who also had attendance problems. But Lydia's mother, Lori, had had enough. During a meeting with school officials, she withdrew her daughter, saying it was obvious by last year's request and this year's suspension that Lydia wasn't welcome at the school. Kaufman confirmed that Lydia is no longer a student at Columbine, declined to discuss specifics of her case. Now Lydia is facing a court date. George Muma, an investigator with the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office, said she will be informed by mail and will probably have to appear in 2 or 3 weeks. Lydia hasn't attended classes since the ticket was issued, instead spending her days watching television and hanging out with friends. Lori Schaffner said she'd called the county's alternative schools, but they have long waiting lists, and she was told to call back in January. She is exploring homeschooling her daughter. Just one thing is certain for Lydia, a girl who takes her nickname from the Winona Ryder character in the movie Beetlejuice, she won't be going back to Columbine. Quote, if you're coming out of the school and you're not the next John Elway to be, Lori Schaffner said, they don't want you, end quote. Yeah, this is all very shady, but we clearly have 2 different situations here. We have these 2 girls who made these comments. Then we have 16 other students who we know nothing about the exact reasons they were asked not to return. So, with these 2 girls, I don't know. It really seems like they really didn't know. They really, I don't see any evidence that they actually knew anything or were part of any plan. They were in the building. They were probably scared out of their minds, just like everybody else. And obviously, that kind of traumatic situation, people deal with it in different ways. Also, we have no idea what kind of mean girl situation this was, with possibly like other preppy kids picking on the goth and then lying about what she said. So clearly, nobody would be surprised if that was the actual case. Or they provoked her and insulted her, and then she kind of retaliated with that kind of comment to scare them, whatever the case may be. Either way, there's really doesn't seem to be any evidence that these 2 girls knew anything about anything. However, regarding the 16 other students who were asked not to return, why is that? So again, we went over all these accounts where witnesses knew that there were, 6 or 7 other shooters. So they wouldn't want to go to classes with them. There were actually other students who refused to return because I believe Perry was not on that list. I think Perry did return, and 1 or 2 other guys did return in the alleged Trenchcoat Mafia. So there were other students who were victims or whatever. They were present, obviously victims of that situation, and they did not go back to school because they didn't want to go to school with murderers who they saw shoot people. So that's their words, not mine. We went over this before. I wasn't there. I'm not going to pretend and hallucinate like the clueless Dunning-Kruger coincidence theorist crowd what did or didn't happen when I wasn't there, and they're refusing to release all of the other security footage, and they're refusing to release all the documents. So there's really no way to know for sure, but it's clearly a shady situation. So that's it for now. In the next episode, we'll be going over all of the specifically satanic connections, vampires, and more in the Columbine Conspiracy series. Hope everybody found another edition of the Mindshock podcast interesting, informative, thought-provoking, and mind-shocking. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you're not getting notifications, just make sure to like and comment on more videos. That's how the YouTube algorithm works. You can also support the channel by becoming a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.